Go. Go.
So looking a little bit worse right now. Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the ALGS Championship Finals for the APAC South region. I'm Manic, and I am joined by none other than Genome, of course, a familiar face to all. Welcome back in. And look, let's just break it down. How are you feeling coming into this? We've had 2 weeks of group actions, and we've got our 20 teams.
I'm feeling so excited, Manic. Match point format is always just the most exciting way to finish off an ALGS season, a split, whatever it is. We always get that exciting moment of the best team of the day coming out on top and clutching victory to take home first place.
And, 20 teams. That's a lot of teams. That's a lot of teams for us to break down, Kale. Genome, I should say. Kale is more of a personal while we're out in the background.
That's a vegetable, Rob. What are you talking about?
Very fair. Very fair. I do apologize for throwing you under the bus. But, while we're having a look at this kind of stuff, it does kind of beg the question as to how much some of these teams are going to be making, how much they're going to be taking home. This is no small coin. This is a very deep pocket that we've been talking about for 2 weekends now. I think it's come to a head at a ridiculous sum backed by part of the bundles that you've been able to purchase in game. It's certainly helped toward the overall prize pool, and this is game changing for some of these teams. Well, not for some of these, for everyone. This is game changing for every single person playing today.
It's nuts money. I mean, even if you're down at the bottom of the lobby, you're still grabbing a couple of grand for your team. If you're on the top end, I mean, you were doing some research before, Rob, and you can tell us in the housing market what it translates to if, a Thai team or someone in Indonesia was to walk away with that first prize. And let's not forget, there's definitely some top contenders from those countries. They will be walking away with 177,000 US dollars. And I mean, we keep talking about it because it literally is life-changing money. And up until now, we've had so much great Apex that we've watched so far in the group stages and even getting here for the last chance qualifier. But today is where this all gets distributed. Until now, it doesn't matter how good you were playing, you have to perform today.
I know, it's crazy. Right now, right today. You said something about the housing market. Let's be completely honest here. If you live in Thailand, you're walking away with 5.5 million Thai baht, which will buy you, 3 2-bedroom houses, I believe. It's just ridiculous. Nice. It's just absolutely absurd when you kind of take a step back and have a look at how much some of these teams, some of these players may be walking away with. Talking about taking a step back and having a look, let's have a look at how this all works, how the format works. Please enjoy the video that we have.
time to go. They've done the damage. They've pushed in. They've isolated the fight. Bonbon goes down. But just as they launch into the air with the jump pad, oh no, they're taking massive damage from Team No Fear. That is a 3-on-1 now.
That is too easy to clean up in the end. Team No Fear.
So there's a little bit of an explainer of how these teams got here. We had those 30 teams in the group stage. We played 16 games between all of them to try and find out who the best 20 were. And that's how we got to our final lobby today. Now, as I mentioned just previously, this is match point format today. So unlike a lot of the ALGS where we see teams will play out, 6 games and we'll see, which team got the most points over the average, on average over that day. This day on match point format, it's all about getting that final win. So the first step is getting 50 points. So points work as normal. You get 12 points for a win, 1 point for every kill you get, and other points for placings. But it's once you get above that 50-point threshold, Rob, that you become match point eligible. So you need to reach 50 points, and then from every game on, if your team is the team that wins, you take out first prize. And that means if you've got a team, that's on more points than you can beat them, right? And we saw that in the Winter Circuit finals with Grape. Wolfpack Arctic were actually ahead of them in points, but they just couldn't get that final victory, and Grape ended up walking away with the win.
It's just absurd. It puts a lot of pressure on the back of those teams. Not only does it put pressure on them, it also puts a big target, just this blaring target that says, do not let me win this game at all costs. And especially when teams start to get used to, where other teams are dropping, that will definitely become a talking point for us. And like you said, we may be here for 3 hours, we may be here for 12 hours. We just don't know yet. That is the beautiful part about this is there's no real limit to where we're going to be heading. We just know that it's going to be a hell of a ride. Speaking of that ride, let's have a look at the leaderboard and decide what teams we're going to be kind of looking for, I would say. But one of the big things, Genome, that I'll let you touch on is, of course, how teams have already gained these points.
Yeah, so as you can see, we've actually got the top 10 teams here. They have points already on the board. So they're already on their journey to getting that 50-point mark and becoming match point eligible. And they get that bonus, they get that reward from doing well in the group stages. So this leaderboard currently reflects how these teams ended up in terms of overall points throughout the group stage. So Reignite South, they had the most points out of all these teams going through the group stages, right? They were sitting up there with overall, they had 173 points, right? And then a team like Wolfpack Arctic, 169, and going down from there until you get to NLN, who had 96 points, and they start off with one extra point. Who knows? Maybe that's enough to get them over the line and give them that extra chance. And then you've got your bottom 10 teams, so they'll just start on 0 points. Absolutely no reason why they can't make their way up. We see Grape there sitting ominously on 0 points again, just like they were in the Winter Circuit playoffs, Rob, where they came and shocked the entire region by taking out the dub.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's anyone's game today, where if you look back at where the standings were for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 of the group stages, it completely shook up from day to day. Once teams had all played their first round, it was really kind of an open game. And that's where we just start fresh. We start with a fresh slab. Like you said, those points are going to really help, Reignite South, those kind of teams. One kind of blaring point I want to kind of make very clear. I did the sums, had a look on Liquipedia, our good friends who just give us all the information we could ever need. The average points that you will get for winning a game is generally around 21. So you'll generally win plus 9 kills. There are some that, of course, exceed that, some that go a little bit less. But that's 21 points. For Reignite South, that's only 2 wins. If they win their first 2 games, I mean, this is just bold statements here, but they could already be on match point. That's the thing, is we just don't know where this is headed. But it's exciting nonetheless. And I do think that when we look at those teams, when we look at the teams that are missing, maybe we'll look to a team like maybe Sweet Assist, maybe Kindergarten. But overall, I would say that's a fair kind of sum of the equal parts of what we saw over the group stages.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Rob. We have, I think this is actually testing my memory, and I believe the shortest match point format so far anywhere around the world was 5 games, I believe. And the longest I think still might be that initial one at the Poland preseason invitational. I probably should get the exact numbers at some point, but it was something like 10 or 11 games it actually took them. And I think it was possibly also like the first time they tried out the match point format, and they were just like, oh yeah, I'm sure it'll be like roughly around 6 like a usual day. No, doubled it up. It was an incredible day. So. Yeah, that's what we're expecting. I mean, last time Winners Circuit, we saw it was 8 games. So that's just just throwing some numbers out there so you guys got some expectation of where today is heading.
Yeah.
So look, we've talked about the all 20 teams there that we saw on the leaderboard that will be falling into World's Edge today. But I also want to have a talk about the top 5 here, Rob, because they're the ones who I think really have the most chance to take out the top prize today. They perform well in the group stages.
Yep.
And I really think those scores did reflect who the best teams are right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just dive straight into it, Genome. Let's not wait any longer. Let's have a look at a team that, for me, really surprised me out of the gates. That is Rise Empire Taiwan. They had an incredible day one. 72 points. That was, I think, equals second for the most points we saw throughout the group stages. Like, that is just absolutely insane. And they kept it quite consistent on day 2. This team, I think, really blew us out of the water. We always expected them to be in the top 20, to be here at the finals, but I think just how they've been able to do so is really what has been kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, exactly. These Taiwanese teams, they've really shown up in the ALGS Championship when it's all on the line. And it's just been a treat to watch. As you can see there, Jay Lun has been one of the players playing a bit of Octane, and it's just been so fun to watch him because they're such an aggressive team. And as they push in with the jump pads, they will just mop up. They'll mop up something like a professional janitor. Like, these other teams just seem to wilt before the onslaught of Rise.
Yeah, it's when we do actually look back at day one and we think about what they were able to achieve, it was nothing short of just legendary. Two wins back to back at the end. Plus, they finished second with like 11 kills for their third game of that group stage. And they only kept up the consistency. I would say that they've been a team that really have performed above the expectations. And if they bring that into this final day, which I have absolutely no doubt they will, it is going to be extremely terrifying. Now, I do want to talk about the next, unless you would like to make mention on Rise before we jump into our next one, Gino.
Well, I think maybe we can just have a little bit of a chat about the comparison of sort of Rise as we saw in the Winter Circuit and Rise as we're seeing in ALGS Championship. Because I think unlike the other 4 teams that we'll talk about here in the top 5, Rise are really the new guys on the block. This was a team that was scary in the Winter Circuit. They hot dropped people. They were contesting people to try and work out where they could make a home for themselves, to claim a drop spot. And eventually they bullied out teams like Noir and some others just taking those 50-50s. And but from there, they weren't really able to convert. And it's been a totally different story in ALGS. They seem to have just really, found that other part of the other piece of the puzzle for them, and have been able to come out as a top team now and put some big finishes, like you said, a couple of wins as well, on top of that fearsome team fighting ability that they're known for.
And that's the thing, like we can't deny what they've achieved at all. I think if I go back and have a very quick look, they were able to take 3 wins out of something like 24 games in total, and they only played 16 of them. So that really is showing you the full depth of what this team may be able to achieve, especially coming into the finals. Now, one team that I think has really, they've always been there. They weren't able to secure any wins total throughout the Winter Circuit playoffs. I will say the finals I'm talking about, but they have come in and they have shown that they are here to play. That is Reject. Now, this team, it was always a bridesmaid's tale for me. They were always in that top 5. They were always performing so well, but they could never just get over that final hurdle. And I'll be completely honest, I think this is where they changed that story. I think this is where they walk down the aisle.
Man, well, it's a big problem on a day like today, isn't it, Rob? If you're a team who does well, that's all well and good if you've got your regular format where it's just, being consistent and getting there game after game. But if you're a team that needs to take out the first to win, all of a sudden, Reject's record doesn't look that great. That said, they did have a couple of nice performances towards the end. You got to remember they had that win with 12 kills on the last day. I can't remember if that was the one where, there was at least one of those matches, right, where they respawned 4 times and managed to get that bow clutch and came out. But yeah, they had a couple of wins throughout the group stage, and I think that's better than we've seen from them previously in terms of their ability to convert.
And converting is what it's all about. You mentioned it. A team with this kind of presence is scary, but to get it over the line, there's going to take a little bit more. There's going to be a little edge to Reject today that we're going to need to see. A different beast altogether, because this is playoffs. This is the number 1 spot. There is no bigger dance right now in Apex for these teams. This is the big dance. This is it. This is the time to show up.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that what we saw from them in group stages, it gives me hope. It gives me promise.
Well, they've been there before, Rob. You've got to remember that 2 out of these 3 players were the team that previously played under EXO and were the dominant team in the region for a long time, like probably a good, 6 months or so. When ALGS was fresh and new, and they really worked it out and understood how to play the game so well before a lot of other teams did. So they've got all that sort of backing them up, and it feels like since the sort of the roster shuffles and a couple of the meta changes that have come through as well, it's shaken them a little. And I only mean a fraction, because they've always remained a competitive top team. But as we said, there's a difference between a competitive top team and the team who can clutch it out in game 8 when everything's on the line.
Well, that's it. When everything's on the line, that's when it really matters. That's when you're called upon. A team that answered the call, let's just be honest, they really answered the call, was EXO, Genome. This roster have really shown us just great performances throughout the entirety of the group stages. They are the team that have walked away with the most wins of any team throughout all 30 that performed in group stages. And I think that it's a fair point to make that they are in real contention here. They have that chance to get out of the gates running early, I should say.
Yeah, EXO is someone who I think could use a start like that, Rob. I think we've seen in previous times that if they don't get off to a good start, sometimes that can hurt their confidence throughout the day. And they have some slightly fresher players than others. I think when you're looking at sort of Raki and the player K, they have a decent amount of experience now at the top level. But as you can see, even just looking at the sort of the earnings tab there and how Jaro compares to those guys, he's been sitting at the top of Australia and APAC South for a little bit longer than they have. And I think it's been long enough now that, as you saw in the group stage, they've really started to come and gel together. And it's, they've was it one of the autumn circuits or something like that? These guys managed to get in a podium finish, and now moving into the top 3. Looking at the group stages, all we've got to think about there is, well, how does that change versus playing in a full top lobby, right? Because you got to remember, in the group stages, half the best teams weren't there, right? Half the good teams weren't in the lobby. You didn't have to deal with them, and it was a slightly easier to sort of mold that to your will. So now we're looking at the top lobby where every single game is going to have every single one of these monster teams in it. How does that change the way these teams play? Are they going to struggle to get kill points more? Are there going to be more teams taking positions earlier, which means it's harder for these guys to rotate in and loot like they would like? All these kind of questions that we're going to find out today.
And you were talking about, rotating and things like that. They were one of the teams that did adapt to the Valkyrie. Very much using the ability to rotate quite quickly. We saw them take awkward high grounds most often, and those late game fights really just absolutely demolish some of those teams. So I am looking to them to really perform. Jarrow, like you said, the experience, what can he bring to a moment like this? Can he show up and stand strong for his team? Now, one team that has been performing consistently time and time again, Wolfpack Arctic. They are coming into this hot favorites next to some of the biggest names in APAC South, a team that walks out of the group stages with the most kill points of any team by far. They walk away with, I think, a 6.1 kill average game, which is it's just absurd to think how well this team's been performing.
It's crazy, isn't it? And a lot of that, honestly, has been on the back of Zaratas, who has just performed incredibly in the last couple of days of play. He's just been mopping up people left and right. And look, just a little nugget for you guys out there. We are going to be having an interview with Wolfpack Arctic coming up later in the day. So definitely make sure you stick around from that. You'll be able to hear a little bit more from these guys and how they sort of get the most out of their practice and how they work together to be this like incredible team fighting machine that they are. As you said, a little bit more consistent than their brother team, Wolfpack Shadow. Both can definitely cause some havoc, but it seems to be Arctic that make their way to the end games a little bit more often. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for them to take it out in Winter Circuit. As we previously mentioned, Wolfpack Arctic, they actually had the most points, so they came second in Winter Circuit, but they couldn't find the clutch, right? And it's hard sometimes to know how to play those final circles, especially when teams are looking for your names in the kill feed because they know you're match point eligible. And we saw that play out. I think it was maybe game 6 or 7 of the Winter Circuit finals where there were 3 teams left and unfortunately they just got a down really early. Both teams suddenly realized, okay, the team that got the down, that's Wolfpack. We need to stop them winning. There's no point, like the game stops right now if we don't do that. And so essentially the other 2 teams just ganged up on them and took them down. And that was their chance. That was the game that they'd managed to get themselves into the late game and give themselves an opportunity to close it out, but they couldn't do it. So I hope they've learned from that. And today, maybe they've got some strategies to try and play those late game circles in that kind of situation where you are match point eligible and the other teams are looking to eliminate you and somehow work their way around that.
Bit of an ace up the sleeve, perhaps. Who knows? They have been the team that have held the highest kill count, both for the Winter Circuit playoffs and now in the group stages. My question is, how does that translate into this lobby? How does that translate into the final lobby? Do we see them more aggressive? Do we see them more passive? What is going to happen? All those questions will be answered in a jiffy. But one question that has definitely been answered, Genome, Reignite South. We came into this after watching the playoffs with question marks. What is happening? What is going on? Their day one performance still left even more questions, more things to be desired, but by golly God, did they show up on day 2. They pulled out, I think, the highest amount of points from any team on any day technically it was their day 2. It was actually our day 3, but they have really performed the way that we had hoped for them coming into this.
Exactly. The way we'd hoped, the way they'd hoped, the way we saw them dominate online tournaments number 1 all the way through to 4 and get the quartet in the Winter Circuit. They fell at the final hurdle, though, when it was match point, when everything was on the line, when the stakes were high, like they are today, Rob. Rig struggled. And today, we are hoping that doesn't happen again. We hope we get to see them in full force. And, they've made a couple of changes to make sure that happens. As we just saw with the hero picks coming out, Zero's the only one who's kind of stayed still there on the Gibraltar. But we've seen Jen Burton switch over to the Octane and Templex take up his mantle as the Bloodhound player. So they've given up Wraith. And honestly, it's been working out pretty damn well for them, hasn't it? They've, as you said, they've picked up some massive days. 77 points there on that day 3 was huge. And it just changes the way they're able to play, especially in, Templex being the IGL on the Bloodhound, having all that information available, is just, it's changed the way they're able to play the game. And I think it's been for the better so far.
Yeah. Look, I think Reignite have are definitely at the point now, 10 points at the top of the ladder. We're looking really good. They're looking like they may be coming into this. I'm not going to say the strongest because every team is looking pretty damn strong from that top 10 upward. But they definitely have given us the best case all winter circuit long. Now here, it is just like you say, it's the final day. That is the most important part of it. The match point format shows all. It reveals all. The truth cannot be denied. Speaking of truths, we have in fact been given the truth of where some of these teams are going to be dropping. Let's have a look at the beacon, have a look at what this map is going to show us. Genome, I will let you break down all of this beautifulness that we are seeing.
Okay, so we've done our best to research where all of these teams are going to be dropping today, and this is pretty much what we've ended up with. So, notable sort of changes here. Actually, Tom Young Kung should be over in staging. They've looks like they're heading towards Fragment East to fight off Dreamfire, but yeah, no, they're staging. Everyone else there you can see pretty clearly. Bear Claw has moved into Train Yard now. Of course, that used to be Dreamfire's old hunting ground, but with the bigger, sort of more stable Fragment East available, Dreamfire have gone over and taken that. Overlook, which was held by Golden Cat for quite some time, has gone the way of Rise, and obviously I wouldn't back anyone who's trying to take that off them. Makes a lot of sense because they were dropping in Skyhook during the group stage games, but they managed to dodge either EXO or Reject during the group stages. Now that they're both here, they don't really want to take that fight, so they are just going to head over to the safe option in Overlook. I think one of the other interesting ones to note, Rob, is K7 all the way down at Dome, because, Dome typically hasn't seen a lot of success. It's really far away. They did tighten up some of the dropship lines paths in the last patch, and that has actually made some of the really far out options like Dome a little bit better, but it's just interesting to see how well they've performed going down there. Then the last one I think we need to touch on is Evolution 1. Now, there's two EVO teams. So Evolution Xenomorph, they're the ones dropping at launch site. Evolution 1, they don't have a particular drop spot. I asked them about this yesterday, and they were like, oh, we're going to drop Dome. And I was like, oh, wow, contesting K7, that's pretty brave. And they were like, oh, we thought it was free. If it's not, I don't know. I guess maybe we'll contest someone. So we've got at least one wild card in the lobby, because the only POI that's free out of all of that, as you can see, was actually Survey Camp. And that's probably the worst loot in the game. So they don't necessarily want to drop there. They might rather just take their chances and take a fight.
Yep. To be fair, the beacon is going to give us a really good overview of how it's all going to be breaking down all that action. Gino, before we jump into the game, I believe we have a giveaway. Is that true?
It is. Thanks to EA Australia, we've got a couple of packs of 2,150 coins to go out to you viewers. They're PC coins. All you need to do is follow us, follow EA Australia on Twitter, like and retweet the tweet. And now, this is the important part that not many people have done so far. And if you do it, you honestly, you've got pretty good chances. I think we've only had a couple of legit entries so far. You need to reply with your impression, okay? Post a video, an audio clip, whatever it is, of your impression of a Legend's voice line. Okay, now we'll pick the best ones. Maybe even after the break, me and Rob can do some impressions for you and give you a hint into our amazing voice acting abilities. But not to put you on the spot immediately. But yeah, please head over to the GG Longshot Twitter if you want to get in with your chance to win some coins.
It is ambitious to think that I have a good voice for any kind of voice acting.
Sultry tones, mate. We love it.
Buttery smooth, some say, but I don't say that. What we do say is it's time, ladies and gentlemen, time to get underway with all of the action here for the ALGS Championship. We are starting with Game 1. This is where all the storylines break down, Genome. This is where we can start to determine what this final day will look like, what that prize pool, where that prize pool will be going. Let's do this.
What an auspicious start here for Reignite South, as we talk about so often. Sorting Factory, an incredible drop location Might even have some more info coming up in one of our breaks, especially about that, talking to Mr. EMEF. And once again, it is the hot zone. So yet another advantage going the way of them. I guess the team we should be looking out for, right, is Evo 1. Where have they decided to drop? And it looks like they have actually gone for the safe option, and they're going to survey camp. So that means we're not going to have any contests early on, I don't believe, because as we said, pretty much everything else had been agreed upon. All the teams, had sort of worked out their differences beforehand. We're not going to have any silliness going on straight away.
Which is a shame. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
it's a shame. I just wanted to see it. I wanted to see the early hot drop, but that's okay. Gino, we're going to see it pull up into the northwest, across towards Skyhook Trials, wherever you may end up. Where are you thinking? I know you're generally pretty good with this. Where are you thinking?
Oh, it's a hard one, actually. It's actually looking pretty 50-50 between Skyhook and Countdown right now. I'm going to guess Countdown, actually, going there.
Interesting.
So feel free to take Skyhook and laugh at me when I'm wrong.
You know what? I'm just gonna. It's all the way up the north. That's all I'm gonna say. It's past everything. It's just gonna be out in the open, in between Trials and Skyhook. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a couple of little buildings to hide in. That's my expert analysis for you, Gino. How did that go?
Beautiful, mate. Beautiful. Yeah, look, you do see a couple up at the, like, those really north buildings above the little Trials Island. It is possible. You never know. And you can see, actually, a couple of teams. Yeah, Wolfpack Arctic right now going high. And, of course, they're being contested by Reject, who, usually start out by doing Trials. And you can see that's already netted them 1 gold armor. But they've been pushed off. And that's not great. And Athame have actually rotated in extremely quickly from Lava Fissure. Very, very unusually quick rotation there from Athame, looking to try and make trouble for both of those teams. And it looks like they've chased off both of them. So Reject now and Wolfpack Arctic both getting into some trouble on the low ground.
Yeah, Reject have given that away. And, I mean, like, I guess you have to at a certain point. Athame were probably in the better of that situation where Reject are getting caught between a rock and a hard place. So as things start to kind of slow down a little bit, Reject, at the moment, underneath Athame. This is over at Trials, and, I mean, I dare say that this is just going to be a very slow and passive start. From Reject's point of view now, they lost a fair bit of time that they were able to start looting. And in the meantime as well, very quick note, On Young Kung have made their way over on the rotate from Chambers, who is on the Valkyrie. So they're coming in toward Athame at the moment.
Yep, so they are right on the top, actually. They're actually playing on unplayable ground just at the moment, but they've been taken out there by Owato's EMP. They had 30, you get, maybe 30 seconds, I think, when you get to the unpassable terrain before the game just sort of auto-DQs you. So they have to move off eventually, and with the EMP coming through, they really can't stay up and take too much more damage. So they fall down into Trials itself, which is honestly pretty dangerous when you've got Nutsuru Sama on top of you. You've got caustic barrels aplenty that he can worry you with. There's no way they're going to be able to take the zip up. I can tell you it's being completely surrounded by gas. And if he ever feels like dropping down, dropping some shots on these teams that are holding the buildings closest to Trials, well, Nutsuru Sama always a nuisance in this lobby.
Certainly, at the moment, Athame look like they're pretty damn comfortable on top. Now, there are a lot of teams across towards Skyhook early here. There's only, I believe, 2 or 3 teams still rotating to the east, or from the east, I should say, that are currently off screen. Now, Wolfpack Arctic, we've spoken about them quite extensively, and to what we're going to be expecting from them, Genome. They are currently well and truly inside of the ring. They've got plenty to work with. And I just don't foresee there really being anyone contesting quite heavily toward their point of view. Well, there are some teams around them, but may well suffocate them out of this pool.
Yeah, you can see taking some EMP damage. It's a very common tactic, and when you're a crypto player and you see a skyhook circle, you're usually pretty happy because most teams just tend to camp inside these buildings for a long time, like a good couple of circles in a row, and that just means every single time your EMP comes up, you're just going to put it out, and sometimes you can even grab like 2 people at a time. Oh, talking about grabbing some fights, here we go inside the ring.
Yeah, not really the fight that you want there, Gino. That's against Reignite South, the team that is currently on top of the leaderboard, and I guess will continue to stay on top of the leaderboard as far as this game goes. And now, they have taken that piece of real estate, and it doesn't look like they are being pressed. On your screens, it probably looks like it. Probably looks like a little bit of Emblem for Reignite, but it was just in Vake throwing some grenades across, using some of that utility, just keeping them on their toes. Just relax back down for just a hot second.
Yeah, look, Wolfpack Arctic did actually put a portal over into Rig's building. You know, you often see that you're sitting there, again, like the crypto, you kind of got to use those ultimates, otherwise they're just going to go to waste. So they throw one out just to see if they can sneak in and maybe grab a kill, take advantage of the fact that Rig were under a little bit of pressure, but yeah, it doesn't come to anything really in the end. Teams continuing to rotate in. Direwolves eventually, they were sort of playing edge a little bit, but now they've made their way outside, and we've got Noir, Grape, and Rise are pretty much the only 3 teams now left outside of Skyhook proper. Oh, sorry, and K7, of course, who had literally the longest, a full diagonal rotation across the map, that they're not going to be too pleased to see.
Now, the issue with where K7's pathing is the fact that they're going to have to walk past Great. Now, this is all off-screen across to the eastern side near Fragment West, so it's not really something we're going to talk about right now, but K7 are definitely going to be met with a decision of how they're going to rotate from here. Once again, just across this Skyhook, you know, this is just that kind of game where it's going to be very slow and steady. It's going to be a ridiculous explosion toward that 17-minute mark where we generally see games heat up, especially with how many buildings there are to kind of, you know, just sit, bunker down, kick your feet up, and watch all the action around you. Until, of course, someone like Wolfpack Arctic decide to potentially portal into your building, it should be relatively calm.
Hey, mira, got some enemies right here.
Okay, so we've got another circle to look at there, Rob, and this is going to cause a lot of strife, actually. Maybe 17 minutes is a little bit too late to be expecting it, as we're going to see teams wanting to move towards trials. And oof, okay, so I think we're actually probably going to see an end maybe on the western end of trials. I feel like when you get ones that center on top of that mountain, they do seem to end around that door or just under the zip line that comes out on the western side there. So what this means, of course, is that all of those teams who are sitting in those buildings in Skyhook, yeah, they're going to have to move, and they're not going to be too happy about this at all, because unless they've got a crypto, they're probably not going to be able to scan this next circle, and it's going to come as quite the shock to them.
Certainly will. You know, when we are starting to look at which teams are going to be in a bit of trouble here, we look most likely to your K7s, your Noirs. And, you know, on the eastern side of Skyhook, you've got Rise, you've got Evolution 1, Inferno, some of the teams that maybe, you know, I mean, outside of Rise, we might expect to be in that lower 10, especially in Game 1 here. It's not looking good for them whatsoever. A little bit of contact here. That is Noir, who are being held down by Direwolves. Probably not the team you want to be coming up against as you're rotating in.
Be a bit of a litmus test here for Direwolves. We saw it almost seemed like 2 completely different teams throughout the group stage. There was Direwolves in Game 4 when their backs were against the wall and they clutched up, they made the important plays, and they had a big day to qualify themselves for champs. The other 3 days, they were looking a bit lackluster, Rob. Looking a bit limp, and I want to see them fight against Noir, honestly, because, Doom MVP almost nailing someone there. We're having a look at Evolution 1 now. So this was, yeah, okay. So yeah, we just saw the R301 there from Doom MVP absolutely railed one of the Direwolves players there. I think it might have been Bullet as he ran across. As you can see, Noir qualifying in 11th place. And at the moment, both of these teams, they've got the info about the next circle, so they know they're safe for the moment. And they honestly have completely different paths to rotate in. So they don't have to take this fight, Rob. It would definitely be an aggressive move by both of them. They may not know that all of the other teams essentially are stuck in either Trials or Skyhook. So they really have the space to do it. And they won't get third party. I'd say it's extremely unlikely. And yet, I just feel like they don't need to make the move. So unless they maybe just get a cheeky down, I'm expecting just some trades and trading Evo points for meds.
I would dare say that if there's any team in the lobby right now that would be keen to do this outside of Wolfpack Shadow, judging on what we saw from the group stages, Direwolves are more than happy to try and take some of those fights. So, you know, although it is the first game, you just never know. I definitely agree with you, though. There's really no point other than getting a couple of pokes in there, creating those shields, trying to dwindle down, I should say, that med supply that you're going to see. The zone is now pulling. Okay, there are currently 5 or 6 teams in Skyhook that are going to need to fight their way in just 2 minutes. And it's being held by some rather big dogs. Is not really the best way of saying it, but it's just the only way that I can right now. Oh, Jarrow!
Oh, no.
Wow, you hate to see that one.
Yeah, the spiritual leader of the team there, Jarrow, taking a big nade. And they're actually in a good space up in the north side, Rob, because I may not have been correct with that initial read that it might head down to Countdown, but I definitely was with the second read, and it's pretty much guaranteed to be a sort of Western Trials ending to this zone. And so that means that EXO, as they hold the sort of north rotational path, these teams want to go from Skyhook around Trials because, of course, who wants to go up the top where the only Caustic player in the lobby is going to be holding you off those zip lines?
Now, just hold that thought for 2 seconds here, because Athame now third-partying Noir. This is not a really great spot for Noir to be in. They've currently dropped one player in Bastion. It's only Doom Salvatore's left underneath Athame, who currently are probably in the best position of any team, G9.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, right, there's only 3 ways to get... Well, actually, there's probably 4. You can go through Trials itself, you can go up the zip lines to try and get across, or you can go now north and south of the Trials Island.
Hello, Dreamfire. They are, I believe that's Wolfpack they're up against right now, and it looks like they're taking a very, very unfavorable fight. Just left. And hit at least one of the shots, trying to get around the corner. There are so many teams in the location. There's no chance you're getting away from that fight alive. Invade clean up the kills there, but Wolfpack are still in there. It's Wolfpack Shadow, in fact. And now they may well be on janitorial duties. Only IDG left.
Yeah, it was pretty much a 3-team fight there. Wolfpack Shadow going up against Dreamfire and Invade. And in the end, actually, I think all 3 of them go down there because the NLN are the ones who come back there and mop it up. Yeah, Invade gone, Wolfpack Shadow gone, Dreamfire gone. 3 very good teams get a little bit too kill hungry there and just take the fight a little bit too early without quite enough cover. And NLN, they're going to be the benefactors.
Now, Rise, where are they coming from? The northern side, they're up against EXO right now. This would be the kill that they need. Points on the board as Rise are now stuck. There's only 1 player remaining. The northern side is going to cause quite the havoc, I should say, because Reject are coming across. So EXO and Rise are currently toward the northern side, and that third party is going to be devastating.
Yeah, you can see Rise, only 1 member left. EXO know that they're in there. They've successfully gate-kept them. Kept tabs on that kill. Behind them, waiting to pounce, though, is Reject. So, if they don't play this well. If EXO aren't careful, they're going to get caught off guard, and it looks like Pricey's done enough damage, so he's going to pop Beast of the Hunt and head in now.
Slowly but surely, just being tinkered away here. EXO need to be so careful. Not a favorable fight, but Reject actually look like they're going to fall away here. It does not look like they're going to continue to press this issue. Whether they need to or not is just a completely different thing. In the meantime, Rise, who only had one member down, one member up, that is, of course, Lun going down, so it just remains on Kentung, the final player. Surely not, surely not, surely not.
Can we check, is Kentung in an observer slot like we are right now, Rob? Because he just seems to be watching the game.
Go.
Okay, no, he is able to be hit, as you can see by the charge rifle coming out there, and through his Sama, who has been doing incredible amounts of damage with the sniper from up on top of what used to be, I can't remember what it was called, like Sniper's Hill, something like that. And he's certainly giving some respect to the old name. K7. These guys, of course, had to come in from all the way down the bottom. And they've now made their way up to the north, but EXO somehow just continue to play this out brilliantly.
And they're going to force themselves into this fight with K7. Both teams low. And it's Chris that clutches up in a moment of need. He will fall just outside of the zone. Third parties on third parties on third parties. This is where things get interesting because the zone is now on trials. All teams trying to make their way to the centerpiece of it all. Reignite South fall out in 11th place. Great look like they might be next to. Evolution 1, they have the gatekeeping job here, Genome. They can hold back any team trying to rotate in from the east, and it's exactly what they're going to do. In fact, they're going to get aggressive. They may be caught out here. I don't think they realize how many teams are on them. There's 4 teams in this one location, and just like that, Evolution 1 realize the advantage they have and back away to safety.
Well, they certainly need some safety, Rob. They've got 2 people on the ground at the moment. They've been scanned. That means they know they're down. That's going to be Snooki's finished off, and they're really going to be struggling from here on out. So many big names already going down in this first game. Rise, EXO, Dreamfire, Rig, Wolfpack, Shadow, Invade K7. It's not looking great for a lot of the teams that we prefaced at the start of the day. You know, Tom Young Kung, Reject, and Wolfpack, Arctic, probably the most notable ones still left in this game number 1 and looking to put themselves on top early.
One team that just continues to stay alive in nearly any game that I've seen is NLN. They're currently out the east of all of these fights. This is Direwolves in the west. They've got a fair few teams around them. Reject to the north. They've got Noir to the west who are holding their zone, well, really their backs to the zone. The thing about all of this is that Thame are still up on top and holding that high ground. For how much longer? We'll wait to see, because that is slowly but surely going to pull some of these teams away. It looks like Tom Young Kung are going to be holding underneath the Thame, who are on top right now. Just wait and see how this plays out from a Thame's position.
They've been doing it very well on the top here, and we're going to have a listen to Direwolves now and see how they're playing out this circle.
Hold up if you need it.
I will. You need it, just play for me here.
I'm fucking up the race, I'm fucking up the race.
Careful. They're opening the doors, We might need a third inside bullet if we need to.
Yeah, I'm ready to do that.
If they fight hard, we do it. They're fighting. We can look for this, we look for this.
Going, bubbling.
I'm bubbling.
Crack,
Wait. Nice. We got it.
Inside,
Scan the back.
nice.
Clear the back.
Grab nades.
We fucking win this game, boys. We win this game.
Kraber.
Take the Kraber.
Falcon, grab the Kraber.
Me?
Falcon, grab the Kraber. Doesn't sound overly confident there, but that was a third party and a half. A great decision from Direwolves that put them in prime position inside with safety.
Incredible play by them. Yeah, Belkin's usually the guy who's straight up in your face, so maybe not the best choice for the Kraber, but either way, Direwolves in a good spot. Now, as predicted, this is going to be that west, west door ending of trials. And at the moment, Athame have just managed to find a sliver on the top. So they're safe up there. Below them, we've got Wolfpack Arctic. As we saw inside, we'll be playing Direwolves. And then we've got 2 players from Noir hiding behind a rock, while Reject on the north side have been looking threatening all day. They managed to secure their backsides from EXO and held out the north side well, Rob. So a couple of teams here with a good chance as the final circle begins to close.
That's it. And this from the Fame. They opt to go into the sky. Hopefully not taking too much damage from North Zone or players, but it looks like they are getting quite rinsed for bullets. They're going to start to slowly peel off from each other, which will make it incredibly difficult for these players to hit them. And they're going to have to decide where they land. Athame, it looks like they're just going to grab still the high ground on top of where Direwolves and Wolfpack Arctic are. It's slowly but surely closing. Athame, they're slowly falling as well, and they bow out in 5th position. Direwolves still with the protection of the door have both Wolfpack Arctic and Reject on either side of them when they make their way out, Gino.
The other team's trying to work out where Noir are. Finally, the scans come in and they realize that they're probably going to get focused down at some point because they're losing their cover. They're losing that rock that they had. A portal comes in from Direwolves. They actually go through first and throw down the protective dome there from Bullet. Is this going to survive for long enough for them to make a play for first?
Reject look like the team that they're going to compete against, and Direwolves are stuck in the midst of all the fights. All the teams can just sit back and pretty much rain down all but fire into the center here. Holding strong still, Reject on the northern side of the zone are actually going to be able to find the pickings with the rock. They've got plenty of support to do so, but they're losing HP and they're losing it fast. Wolfpack Arctic, in fact, only have Waltzy up. So Reject, if they can hold on, it's MT on a lick of HP, but he won't be able to make it work. Wolfpack Arctic come out on top in our first game of the ALGS Championship finals.
Big stuff from Wolfpack Arctic there. 11 kills to their name, Rob. So that's, you were talking about 21 points being average. That's a bigger than average win for Wolfpack Arctic there with 23 points to their name on top of the 9 that they started with today. So they're already more than halfway to being match point eligible. And it's a great start, and you can tell that these guys are not happy that they didn't walk away with first prize last time in the Winter Circuit playoffs.
And look, there's just something to this now. Wolfpack Arctic in, like you were saying just then, the Winter Circuit playoffs had the highest kill point. They come into the group stages, take the highest kill point again, coming into the finals, and they start off with an 11 kill game and a win. That's the thing right now, is that's a win. Like you said, that is projecting them into, nearly 33 points or something ungodly like that. They are within touching distance of match point already, and we have only just started our broadcast today. It feels surreal, but it's all too true. And that really puts a couple of these teams in, I'm not going to say a concerning position, but it certainly starts to beg the question, what if they can close this out, and very quickly?
Yeah, looking to do one better than last time, I suppose. A second place finish in the Winter Circuit can only be bettered by taking out the grand prize and the whatever it is, $170,000 US, something like that for first place. Yeah, look, an incredible start to the day. We had some other interesting results there, Rob. NLN actually, I think, came through with the second most kills, 7 in game 1, which is, yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit baffled by how these guys have just continued to put up results, because they're just not someone that we were looking at before the start of the group stage, and even throughout the group stage, every time they'd put up a result, and I'd be like, I don't know, maybe they just got lucky with some ring pulls, what's happening today? But they just continue to impress, and I've got to stop counting them out, honestly, because they continue to perform, and that's something that we love to see. Another Australian team doing well and making their way up the leaderboard.
Well, that's the thing. We've now seen 17 games in the entirety from group stages, and now, of course, the first game from NLN. And it just feels like you're saying, repetitively, we were trying to make not excuses, but reasons why they were just consistently finding a result. It was never necessarily an incredible result, but a result nonetheless. And what it means is they just keep themselves at arm's reach. They are always in that fight. And I think that is the perfect example for NLN and for every team watching right now. You don't necessarily have to be the best team to get points on the board. You have to be consistent and you have to stick to your game plan, which it seems like they've done. But, toward the end there, it's good to see Direwolves up there. Let's just say that outwardly, after group stages, we weren't 100% sure. The start was not great. The end was, and they've very clearly brought that in. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see where they ended up amongst all 20 teams.
All right, so looking at this after game 1, wow, Wolfpack Arctic just running away with it already. 11 kill points and you got to remember there's some seeding points lobbed in there. So we've got 32 points on top. Reignite, they started with 10, so they only added 6. Rejected a little bit better, so they've caught up and are now at 15. But my lord, there's a big difference between number 1 and the rest right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought Reject would be much higher because they had that northern part of the zone and they held EXO there, they held Rise there, they held K7 to ransom, and only 1 kill point. That's kind of crazy. But, you know what? Craziness aside, we need to go and take a little break. So enjoy the highlights from last weekend as we start to take a little bit more of a breather. We'll be back in a jiffy.
As well, it's a bloodbath. Sweet Assist do get that first knock, but there is a trade back as Bonbon goes straight back onto the floor. Heavy G now also falling, and it is just Lemonade who can't hang on. They've got the positioning, they've got Reignite stuck in a corner. They're burning them with Thermite. MT low, forced into the void, will be able to get back out to safety while Sharky and Pricey try to take the fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but in the end, Reject will take away the win. Seems like the perfect time to have a listen in with Reignite. Let's see how things are going. It should be chaos in the comms right now.
Fighting on me! Fighting on me!
Okay, coming.
Crash! Dead!
Just jump over!
Dead!
Nice.
Together, the Arc Stars don't quite connect. Reignite want to take matters into their own hands. They've charged forward. Templex stuck inside a Thermite, backs away, but it's always Jen Burton to make the difference. Gets a 2-man knock. Templex now can't quite finish it off.
Bring it down.
And EXO are going to come through as the champion.
Door's about to get kicked in as Dexter hopefully gets his med give up. No way. Someone's sliding around the corner to find you. Looks like it's going to be Reject who have actually managed to pick up a ridiculous amount of these kills so far. But perhaps they pushed it a little bit too far now. And they have to try and run away. It looks like they already used up their Gibby bubble, so they couldn't get out of the bombardment that is now forcing them behind the small amount of cover they have on that truck. That's going to make it so easy for these Thermite nades to come out, and Wolfpack Arctic are just going to roll down and finish this off. No worries.
He is absolutely decimating players all over the place, and he wants to get aggressive here as well on the Octane. Eva 8 comes out, holds down the left click, and that's the end of Pricey. Yeah, well, Sweet Assist is actually on top of the building. They're going to make a rotate with the Valkyrie ultimate into the bubble. No way. What is going on here? He's gone up in the air. Complex is just guys inside of the zone. Reignite say thanks very much. That feels like a freebie, but they might still lose. Not quite. Found their opening. Kissans gets knocked. He was out in the open, out in no man's land, and has been collapsed upon by Direwolves, who sensed the opportunity. Falcon goes forward, but Bullet and Waltzy were a little bit too far behind. Now Bullet goes down to Zaratas, and unfortunately now Waltzy is tasked with a impossible task.
3 left alive now. Evolution Xenomorph have waited and bided their time to try and find the best opening to come here at the end. It's a Reject, a team with 4 respawns in a 2v2 now against Evolution Xenomorph.
And that bow is being put to great use again by Sharky. Cracks the purple armor. Pricey is getting punched forward. The moving shield for Reject. Is this really possible? Bow comes out again. No, it can't be a punch to get the final kill. Reject the champions.
Further up past all of that nonsense, and they're actually doing okay for themselves here as they run into LNS. 2 of them going down. Les Aimbot is is the one left alive and actually does manage to put Bullet out of commission before his team goes down. Dreamfire, though, ready to take advantage of this. But Tom Young Kun have actually managed to get to this point pretty much unscathed. Killapaz actually waits and uses his bombardment here, but the bubble is available. This is pretty much the final fight. 2 squads left, and it's going to be Tom Young Kun somehow.
You know, this is where push comes to shove. 1 or 2 of these teams is going to get knocked out right here and right now.
Yeah, they actually pull back for just a second to try and regroup, and then all the way back in.
Let's hear from EXO. Let's see what they're thinking as they play out this final 5-squad battle.
I cracked through. I got down. Put me down. I'm down. I'm shooting right side. Yeah, use me. On right side, keep walking in. Keep walking in. Keep walking in. Hard fighting. Last 2 teams.
As Jaro left alive, but not for too long. Inside the ring are the champions for the first game of this season. We're shifting away from sorting factory. So Parangai, who got themselves into a little bit of an engagement against Dynasty, will want to get this one sorted out pretty quickly. It seems that they're doing a good job of that. Jaro, it's just Jaro left alive. He's actually kind of hiding away. Wolfpack Shadow are the ones that are the power team in this position. And just look at this, jumping down right on top of everyone. Wolfpack Shadow comes away with the win.
This is a very aggressive move from Reject, and one I wouldn't have expected them to make. They really want to get in their faces here and remove them from the lobby. The bubble fights here with the Flatline and the Eva going to try and do damage quickly, but if they're not quick enough, Wolfpack Arctic will be on their backs. Fortunately, a huge nade comes out from OCE Loki. The Thermite doing great damage here. But can Direwolves come from nowhere as a duo for most of the game to actually win this? No retreating here. It is only forward, and Wolfpack Shadow are going to be the ones making the move.
This is exactly where Wolfpack Shadow tends to thrive. They like to take those early fights, and they got the early damage out as well. Owo does drop, so too Silver Sky and IWNL, so Wolfpack Shadow have just been decimated by K7.
But he did so much damage to them, they had to burn the bubble, and now they've had trouble resetting and giving Wolfpack Arctic a big opening here to pull in and take out this game.
As they start to push their way in, a couple of tags, Guardian, not sure that things have worked out too nicely for him, but Trent, what? He's just absolutely deleted the whole team, and they have a brief moment of respite that they can utilize to dispatch, reignite.
Go in.
But here comes Tom Yum Kung. They've already dropped Killapaz, though. It doesn't matter. Tom Yum Kung.
They're portaling right on top of Noir, so the dance between these 3 or 4 teams goes on.
Could be perfect for Direwolves if they actually find the timing to be the third party somehow. It might actually be mutually assured destruction for Wolfpack Arctic and Noir.
GB Ultimate could be all that matters in this game. It's going to do huge damage to Tom Young Kung, not so much to Rig, who are inside the caravan, or at least got their own bubble at the moment. So poor timing there means Tom Young Kung not doing so well. And it's all going to come down to this.
So looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
Welcome back in. We are currently 1 game underway, and I mean, it's already a little bit of a shake-up. Wolfpack Arctic are chilling up at the top, but Genome, we've got a bit to talk about right before we jump into the game, and we're not far away at all. So if there's anything you'd like to talk about, go for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've had some interesting stuff in that last game happen, Rob. A lot of the big teams going out early, and it was interesting to see that a lot of the teams we've considered weaker team, just sort of biding their time, playing safely. And as we're going to see on this placement timeline coming up, look at that. EXO out in 13th, Rise 14th, Dreamfire 18th, Rig in 11th. All of these guys only picking up 1 or less placement points. And that's because they were trying to secure some of those extra kill points. But lobbies like this, Rob, people are looking out for it. The game is tight and you have to be so careful. And these teams have started off really not going by that ethos, and they weren't rewarded for it. I think the other big thing that we should bring up there is how well Reject gate-kept EXO.
Yes.
We're going to get into the second game now, and we'll keep having a chat about that.
Yeah, of course. I think we'll talk about it no matter who we're looking at right now, which of course is Wolfpack Arctic after defeating the last lobby. But you do make a really great point there. Reject just did a phenomenal job at making sure there was no one behind them when that zone started to come in on the northern side. You know, they gate kept, I believe it was almost 4 teams by the end of it, but only 1 kill to finish on, and I think 7 placement points. So it'll definitely be a team that we will come back to highlight, because we had a very, very decent chat about them at the very beginning of all of this in the pre-show, and we said they're always there, they're always dangerous, but it comes down to a finish like match point. You know, that's when we ask the big questions.
Yeah, well, EXO thought they had the gatekeeping position, but then Reject sneak up behind them, and all of a sudden they just play this buffer role where as soon as EXO try to move forward, they do enough damage to push them back, and eventually EXO just gets slammed against the onslaught, the 3 or 4 teams that are coming in. And what do you know? It's another Skyhook circle. So EXO, who thought they were in, pole position pretty much last time as a Skyhook team, getting a Skyhook circle. I mean, it was more of a trial circle, I guess, but still absolutely in their backyard. And they end up not doing all that great. So they need to have a better result here while the luck and the pull of the ring is going their way.
Now, what I'm going to find really curious, right, is when we start to have a look, if we're going to see that same kind of fight that was over in toward trials before, we had, I believe it was actually Reject who first held the high ground. They were then challenged, and then a Fame ended up on top and held that for the entirety of the game. Didn't obviously finish too well. But regardless, it actually looks like, I'm just going to make a very quick comment off screen right now. Wolfpack Arctic have taken the top of Trials, and Reject are once again underneath them without an opportunity to take it. So that is on the northwestern side of the map, where we are going to see that zone kind of close into, not end toward, but definitely start to enclose.
Yeah, so they got the loot there at least, right? Reject, you can see MT with the gold armor. He's very practiced at this. He does it time and time again. He knows how to basically solo trials and get it done quickly. So Wolfpack Arctic pull up, but they've already sharked all of the loot in there, or at least all of the good stuff that you get from defeating the Prowlers inside. Now having a look at Dreamfire here. The only Chinese team we've got in the lobby. We used to have IG, Invictus Gaming, come through a little bit, Rob, but they seem to have fallen off in the last couple of months, and now it's really up to Dreamfire to fly the flag. And now that they've got Fragment East under their control, you'd think that's a little bit better, than their previous drop spot of Train Yard. As they take this balloon in here, they're actually taking a little bit of damage, hopefully not too much, from Wolfpack Shadow, who are right underneath them.
Not the team you want to be really having on your backside, which is exactly what's happening right now. Unfortunately, we're not going to... very quickly, Wolfpack have actually been able to drop M's, and it looks like they may well be down and out for the count here, Genome.
Yeah, we're looking at a little bit of a repeat of last time with that EXO versus Reject stoush up the top there, Rob. You can see that EXO were trying to take that same lot of buildings that they did last time, but Reject have got there first, and EXO are going to be so hungry to take out their compatriots here and get revenge on them for what they did to them. You can just see them, I think they were trying to blow the door off there, but it looks like Raki actually missed his missile swarm, and unfortunately didn't open up that as an opportunity. Wow, some nice longbow shots there. There's some hard targets to hit there, flying through the air. That was Evolution 1 that they were putting, getting a couple of Evo points from.
Oh well. See what else you can do, I guess. You never know what you're going to hit. That looks like it is inside the ring that are rotating in. Now, very quickly, a comment to make. Generally, we see, I think it's a Thane that are the only roster that really run the caustic, but inside the ring, in fact, running with them as well. And look at this, my goodness, Inferno are getting collapsed upon. That's not the start they would have been hoping for. Evolution 1, walk away. I believe that's with all 3 kills, and a very nice start for them inside the ring.
Yeah, Rig, as we saw, slightly involved in that, but they do manage to get Templex back up. He's healthy. They've reset, and they're doing a good job of sticking to the north this time. Hopefully, they're looking for a better game too. Of course, in second place overall with those seeding points that helped them buffer from game 1, but they're going to need some better performances from that if they want to be pulling out the big one here. Now, of course, this is a little bit of a different circle from last time, so we're seeing less teams focused on trials itself. As you said, you know, Wolfpack Arctic, they've been sitting in there for a while. Tom Young Kung are sort of on the backside of this, and they're going to be making the opposite rotation to what teams wanted to make last time, so going from that western side of trials around into Skyhook rather than the opposite. But it's still Reject and Exo up the top there. Evolution 1, as we saw. So to the north of Skyhook.
Very familiar position from what I saw before. You know, Exo most definitely on that northern side, but you know, Dreamfire, you talked about them before. They've taken the absolute high ground. Skyhook on the very tippity top. And I think we saw them in, maybe it was day 2. You know, they were able to do a lot of damage in the early parts, but it didn't really turn into anything at the end of the day. Now, this is Tom Young Kung, who are looking to third-party this fight that we were just talking about between Exo and Reject. The Reject are caught in the middle of it. However, they do have the safety of that real estate.
Yeah, those seem to be sitting tight for a little while, but Rig, they're not happy with the fact that Evolution 1 are anywhere near them, and they're actually trying to get into a battle now. Unfortunately, Jen Burton completely misses Snookies on the stairs. The crossfire catches him, and Snooki is able to put him on the ground. Luckily, Templex and Zero are going to grab Musu and Mines, and now it's just Snooki left in a 1v2.
Well,
will Rig be able to finish it off? But also, Team Dreamfire on the back end.
Yeah, they're not slowing down at all, Genome. They're making sure that they take over any pieces, any scraps that they can. They're going to take the flat with Reignite, who hold the staircase. Not the staircase, rather. This is, of course, the rope straight up. And it looks like they're not really coming out on top of this one. Zero, the last player to remain against one Dreamfire member. Can he do it? That's the big question. The bubble comes out. He's chasing, but nothing. Genome, it comes to nothing. And it looks like Ems may just be picked back up in the end.
And you can see that somehow in the middle of that, one of the kills actually went the way of, I think it was Pricey with the bow check. And you got to remember, he's all the way in those buildings to the western side. So a very, very speculative shot from him there ends up doing some damage. But wow, once again, Reignite out in 18th spot. This is a terrible start. Reminiscent of Winter Circuit so far. These guys, they need to slow things down a bit. We know they're a team that can take fights, but they're not good enough to take down 3 teams at once in a lobby of this caliber.
No, that's the issue. That's a very good point, is of this caliber. This is not the same beast that we've seen in previous weeks in the group stages, where we have had some of those bottom 10 teams of the 30 that we had originally. You know, Reignite with this game are only on 19 points now, and it leaves it wide open for teams like Reject, EXO, especially Wolfpack Arctic. After that first game, they will be sitting there licking their lips if they've been watching that kill feed, because that is a very big team that they would have a lot of trouble dealing with, that they no more even have to think about. It is done and dusted from this. And Wolfpack Shadow, from the safety of their quote-unquote home, will just be able to find some free poke damage.
Looking pretty happy where they are at the moment. Wow, we've had a big shift in the circle, actually. And it is once again over Trials. I'm not sure this one's going to head to the western side. I feel like it might actually head, maybe up to where Reject are in that sort of northern side. Interesting, we've had two extremely similar circles in a row. A lot of people overseas actually were talking about how many southern circles we've been seeing lately, Rob. But you know what? Flip it upside down. You come down to APAC South, everything's up the other way, mate.
That's it. We're pretty much on our ceilings at this point, Genome. Casting with our hair just falling backwards, or falling down, I should say. Now, what you were looking at right then was Rise taking on Grape, who they've pushed away. The problem with this is that's K7 that are now looking straight. If you watch Roy's point of view, directly straight is where Rise were. That's where they were gatekeeping Grape from. And now K7, they may have the jump on them should they decide to go, but they will be very cautious because they are a team that Genome, you highlighted at the start to be potentially one of the most dangerous coming into this.
Yeah, I love what K7 have been doing lately. You can see they've been playing very cautiously there. That makes sense. Rise were above them, Grape below them. It could have been a disastrous fight if they had have started something there, but I think they had just enough awareness to get out of that. They've spotted that Rise are ahead of them, but they're going to keep moving into the circle and just try and take position in one of these buildings. They do have the jump pad available as well for Jaelun, and if they need to get on top of another building quickly, whether that's to find some position or third party, they'll be able to do that. Now we jump across to Direwolves, who once again, of course, because they start in Thermal Station, have been continuing to rotate through Lava Fissure.
Now I would say they're reasonably comfortable. With their backs against the zone, no one can be coming from behind them at this point. All they need to worry about is Trials, which is where we saw, of course, all that action unfold in the previous game. They were able to get themselves in a very nice position and close out, at least with a couple of kills and a lot more points on the board than what maybe we had anticipated. When they first came up against WA, I thought maybe this is going to be a repeat from group stages. Maybe we'll see them aggressive. It did not come to fruition. Such a stalemate at the top side of the zone. We're looking at the moment with the only team that has still been rotating from outside. That is great that, we saw up against Rise before. They have not been looking to take any fights. They have, in fact, just been following the ring in from game 1 and now into game 2. Definitely looking to maybe salvage a couple of points. Whether it be, kill points or placement. They're going to need them because they were the team that came out on top in the playoffs for the Winter Circle.
You can see them scanning Countdown there. Not much coming out. They're pretty lonely down there by themselves. But someone who aren't lonely at all, a Dreamfire, who are scraping by as teams. That's Evolution Xenomorph on top of the Skyhook and K7 Esports combining to cause them quite a lot of trouble. Noir are going to be the ones who are looking out for Grape as they pull up into Skyhook. They've got that sort of vantage point going in there. One of our crypto teams has actually scanned the circle, and it is going to be Reject sitting in Godspot. So it's a northern pull to Trials. EXO going to be pretty happy about that as long as they don't have too many teams sending them, and Reject are going to be very happy inside their houses.
Maybe EXO not as much that we're, of course, on that northern side. You can see now the zone on your right side of the screen. We got EXO, Reject, and Tom Young Kung that have been sitting there in a stalemate for the last 5 to 10 minutes now. It's not, like you were saying, it's not very favorable for, well, like I was saying, it's not favorable for EXO. Like you were saying, Gino, and Reject are in the perfect position. They have the real estate inside of the zone. They will have all that safety that they need. And, of course, teams are now starting to pick up on the fact that they're going to need to rotate. One of those teams is, in fact, Invade, that have just landed on Tom Young Kung across to the west off screen.
Yeah, we're seeing some of these teams who are in Skyhook have to deal with an imminent zone close, and they're worrying about where their next spot will be. One of those is, of course, Rise Empire Taiwan. Wow, Tom Young Kung have actually just taken out Invade. So Invade landed on the tower up the top, and despite having that sort of vantage point, with a bit of damage coming out the backside from Wolfpack Arctic, as well as the ground fire from Tong Young Kung, Invade got removed. I thought it was actually quite a nice Valkyrie rotate from them, but turns out not to work out. Direwolves just trying to creep their way north. They've been very, very solid so far.
Rise now on the backside of this zone. I don't know whether this is going to favor them at all. Jaylun has to figure out what is going to happen here. He's seen players rotate. There's the gatekeep. I believe that's K7 as well that have fallen out at the same time as Rise. It's all Medlem here as players are now having to rotate out of their safe zones and into the open, into no man's land, that has in fact become dead man's land. The zone is now shown to all teams regardless of whether they have been able to foresee this or not. And you're going to see a lot of action towards Skyhook. 5 or 6 teams are going to need to rotate across. And it's not a fair... It's not a good rotate by any means.
Yeah, you can see Wolfpack Arctic still have a little bit of space to play with up the top of the end of the route that goes across Trials. So they will be fine in this next circle, possibly too. Looking further afield of them, though, we've got EXO, who are now actually moving up to try and deny some of these teams coming in from Skyhook. There's going to be a good 4 or 5 of those, but like last time, EXO have to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew. Wow, they're right down at the southern side, having a fight against Grapen.
This is not a fight that would favour either of these teams. I think Noir had a better chance in the last game than their counterparts, Grape, who were holding them down to a T. But it's definitely needed points on both sides. Now, Salvatores has been taken out, but has actually been revived. Sorry, was only down. But regardless of that, Noir just not in a great position here. They're going to need to try and take some fights on these players, which are actually a theme they're looking into. It is still down in Skyhook and rotating out with the use of the Valkyrie.
Yeah, you can see in the distance there, we've got those teams rotating in via 2 methods. Either the Valkyrie rotates or the portals, taking them closer to the ring. Bearclaw Gaming, they've got a little bit of space to play with inside of Trials, and they're trying to deal with teams like Direwolves, who are actually currently pushing through and don't really have much of that space. So Bearclaw, they're going to also be worried about teams like Athame behind them and Noir, who have also moved up and are just trying to find a little bit of peace and quiet.
Well, Direwolves are finding no peace, no quiet. They are going to have to fight their way out of Trials, where there are 3 teams going head-to-head. Balkan down at the moment, but not out. Let's see the bullet left. It's only 10 squads remaining, but they're going to need to find some kills. In fact, it's Bearclaw that are doing the majority of the damage. You just spoke about them. And as they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bearclaw now are pretty much stuck inside of Trials. They're going to need to find their way to rotate out. Vulcan goes down. Now, how many remaining members for squad of Direwolves? I believe it's only 1 in there. Well, EXO have been taken out in the meantime. The best position.
And we've got a big shift towards Godspot as well, Rob. So those houses that are going to be so important in these final rings. We've actually had a legend swap up as well. So inside the ring, in the first game, they were not playing a caustic. In game 2, SQL has actually switched over to the caustic. So Nutsuru-sama finally got some company on that legend, and that's allowed them to take the house below where Reject were. I think Reject is still on the 2nd level and the roof of it, but they've managed to take the 1st level. And as you can see, caustic barrels everywhere. No one's getting in there without a fight.
No, it's not going to be pretty at all. Now, EXO, who were at the very top of that, of course, we saw them go down before. That, I believe, was actually to NLN, who are still alive on the eastern side. Athame now trying to rotate into the zone. They're going going to have to do so past Wolfpack Arctic that do have that northern, just the high ground. Actually, no, they don't. They're down. And with Quizzy down, it may well be Artis as well. Zaratas, rather. They're being pinched. This is not good for them, Gino.
Not at all. Tom Young Kung also used their Valkyrie to get up nice and high, and they've been able to come off the back there and do a lot of damage. As you can see, Bearclaw Gaming, a team in one of the other teams that were holding out the caravan, struggling. Tom Young Kung now, from height, doing a lot of damage from these teams who weren't expecting this much fire to be incoming from the southern side of the ring. Eject actually making some hits from the rockets there. That was Chambers on Tom Young Kung. 4 squads left, Rob. Inside the ring, Tom Young Kung, NLN once again making it to the end game. And not only that, they picked up 8 kills already. Wow. These guys, what a time to show up.
Top 4 knocking on the door with Wolfpack Arctic going out. That's a lot of placement points that they're going to drop this game toward the very end, but doesn't matter. They are in prime position. Speaking of prime position, Reject really, they have found themselves on top, as we were saying, of the God spot previously. And underneath them, I just don't know if they're going to be able to hold that for much longer. As that zone starts to come in, they may well be one of the first teams that are forced out of that position. You could see the rotate earlier from the Wraith, and they decide to do so. That is the big important factor here.
Zone closing in now. Reject have been playing it safe as houses so far, so they've only managed to pick up 1 kill, but of course it has netted them already a top 4 placing. They're going to be one of the first teams who has to start moving in. I think the big question is, will they get out of their house before Tom Young Kung have to move off their mountain? The 2 teams in the middle, NLN, and inside the ring, have a little bit more time to work out what they want to do.
And NLN, they may just be poking Tom Young Kung here as well as Reject holding. Now, with that zone coming in, it's going to do massive damage. That's going to force them inside. Now, this is interesting. They're getting forced out at the exact same moment as Tom Young Kung. They still have about 5 yards of breathing room before all hell is going to break loose. Really nice rotate from Killapos on the Gibraltar, and in comes the action. Reject getting caught out now. It looks like Pricing's the last to remain. He goes down. NLN in the middle of the circle is still doing massive damage and holding it true. Tom Young Kung may well let 2 teams fight as they rotate from the northern side. SQL goes down. Can NLN do this? Tom Young Kung, they drop directly on them. Where are the remaining members for NLN? It's not doable. Tom Young Kung play it perfectly, and they will take game 2 here and much needed placement points on the back of it.
Risky play there by TYK. I mean, it was hard to predict how long that last fight was going to shake out for, Rob. You know, that fight could have finished up and the other teams would have just been looking up in the air, you know, and have free fire on Tom Young Kung as they came down. But somehow they time it perfectly, and just as they pull up, the second team gets eliminated and they're able to just absolutely mop up. I suppose the other thing to think about when you're doing those really late Valkyrie, it's not really a rotate, right? You're purely just using the ultimate ability there, the skyward dive, just to get away from the other teams and make it harder to hit yourself. So many teams use their Dome of Protection in that last fight, right? You're always keeping that to just try and make sure that you can take the fight on your terms, or at least not get the, you know, have too much crossfire going on as you choose where to fight. And that means you can't shoot up either. I mean, it's a dome, right? It's not just a wall. It's not a shield. We're not playing Rampart here. So that means they can't fire up as well. And that actually gives a lot more protection to a team like Tom Young Kung who go up into the air.
Yeah, and like you said, they played that perfectly. Look at it. You can see the teams just finishing their fight. It also allowed them just to really catch them off guard. You know, I'm sure they would have seen the rotate up in the air, but you've got to focus on the here and now. The main point was that fight. I believe it was with Reject. I can't even remember now, but NLN had just done a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
We just talked about them in game one, and once again they reappear. Is this meant to be the dark horse story? Is this a fairy tale story that we might be unfolding?
Wow, we seem to just generate those in APAC South, right? It was great last time. I don't see why it couldn't be NLN today if they continue to play like that. Incredible performances in game one and game two. Why don't we have a look at the scoreboard and see where they're sitting after those two epic plays?
Go third place. My goodness, they are in touching distance. They literally are one win away from being on match point, given the average points that we were talking about before, Genome. But that also puts Tom Young Kung and still Wolfpack Arctic in a familiar position. So this is really starting to heat up quite nicely, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, now we've closed the gap a little bit. 5 points between each of those 1, 2, and 3 numbered teams there. And teams like Reignite that we've highlighted falling behind. Now, you know, we were talking about the scouting report at the start there, Rob. Honestly, you know, we picked out 5 teams, but there were another 3 below them that I also thought had a big chance. But we just didn't have time to talk about everyone. So Tom Young Kung was definitely one of those.
Yes.
In that top 8, and it looks like they're having a good day.
Yeah, they certainly are. Speaking of a good day, Wolfpack Arctic are having an absolute feast. Let's hear from them, and let's just, you know what, just play it. Just play it. Unroll and unravel. Enjoy.
Hey guys, this week on the Overlook, we have the best team in the Indonesian region, let alone one of the best teams in APAC South. We've got Wolfpack Arctic here with us. And first, I'm joined by Zaratas. So Zaratas, quickly, I want to know, what is your favorite loadout?
R3A1 sama Kraber.
R301 and Kraber. Okay,
Yeah.
oof. That's, yep, okay, a lot of damage coming out of them. What about your favorite map?
World's Edge.
World's Edge, fair enough. What about your favorite legend?
Right.
Wraith player, of course. And what about your round 1 arena buy?
Well, fall. Because cannot buy us.
Okay. The Vault's just like your R301 light. Okay, I understand. That's fair enough. Okay, well, let's have a bit of a talk about the group stage that you guys just played in. You came out top of your group and had an excellent performance. But you said there's still some things to improve on. So what do you guys what are you guys looking to change up coming into today for the finals?
Rotasi sama tim Pike. Kayak kita harus ngehindarin TP gitu.
Okay. Now, what about how you play the game yourself, Zaratas? Because on the weekend, we saw some pretty spectacular stuff. There were a couple of games where you picked up like 7 kills yourself. So what does the team do to enable you to rack up such a massive amount of kills?
Supportnya bagus banget sih. Kayak ngebantu banget kayak kan si Iki bloodhound juga bisa scan gitu. Ya apa kayak ngebantu banget lah. Kalau tanpa Iki Jody mungkin nggak bakalan dapet gitu. Itu udah.
Yeah, look, you guys do seem to work together extremely well. All right, one more question. If you guys get first place, and it is, you know, we've got the full crowdfunding. It's I don't know I think it's something like, what is it, $170,000 US or something. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with all the money?
Paling ya bahagiain orang tua sih. Kayak separuh buat orang tua, separuh buat diri yang sendiri kayak gitu. Kayak yang lain-lainnya beliin motor apa kayak upgrade komputer kayak gitu.
Oh, look, that's lovely of you. And yeah, look, sounds like you'll have some fun too. I think you guys have got a very good chance of being the ones to take out the first prize. So yeah, look, best of luck.
Good luck.
We've also got Kiss Hands here with us today. Mate, we want to know, what is your favorite loadout?
My favorite loadout is Flatline, RT1, Evi. Yeah.
Okay, assault rifle, shotgun, makes sense. Yeah, what about your favorite map?
My favorite map is Sword. World Edge.
World's
Yeah.
Edge. Devs have done a good job on it. No one's disputing that. What about your favorite legend?
My favorite legend is Bloodhound right now and Pathfinder, Octane. Yeah.
Okay, couple favorites. Yeah. What about your round one arena buy?
Wingman.
Mm.
I just want to practice on it. Yeah. With
Man,
Wingman.
even though on the first round, like you can't even buy like a 1x HCOG and you have to use like the little red dot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are sticking with the Bloodhound Wraith Gibraltar composition for the moment. Have you felt that the lobbies have changed at all with the introduction of Valkyrie? Is that changing how you guys are having to play or adapt?
Sebenarnya gak terlalu jauh beda sih. Yang terutama yang paling dipentingin tuh ya paling team fight buat apa ya? Team fight sama rotasi yang harus dibagusin dari kita sih. Masalah tim lain tuh nggak terlalu penting bagi kita.
So people might not know this, but you guys are all living in the same house together, as the sort of Wolfpack family, and it's a little bit interesting because I think esports houses actually they were a big thing, sort of maybe like 10 years ago in esports. You don't see them as much these days, but how is that for you guys? Does it help you practice a lot? Do you like it?
Ya pengalamannya ya pasti makin ya lumayan sih kita bisa belajar lebih banyak lagi daripada kita eh, kayak latihan online gitu. Kalau misalkan ketemu langsung kalau misalkan scrim langsung evaluasi apa segala macam. Jadinya makin enak juga gitu. Dan kita juga jadi lebih tahu gitu. Orang-orangnya tuh kayak gimana sebenarnya.
What are you gonna do with all the money if you guys come number one?
Apa ya? Ya paling kalau aing naikin haji orang tua sama beli kos-kosan.
All right, and the third member of the Wolfpack Arctic team, the Indonesian powerhouse, we do have Twizzy here with us. Mate, I want you to tell me what your favorite loadout is.
Artrio 1, Flatline, and all sniper in the game.
Okay, likes to be a sniper specialist. Interesting. All right, what about
Also Mastiff.
a Mastiff? Okay, you might
Yes.
switch that out at the end of a game.
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, what about your favorite map?
World Age.
It's a lot of agreement there in the team about that one. What about your favorite legends?
GB and Pathfinder.
Okay, yep. So you might play a bit of Pathfinder if you're playing ranked or something like that.
Yes.
Yep, always good fun. And what about your round one arena buy?
Wingman and Volt.
Wingman on Vault? Yep.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so the finals day of the ALGS Championship is match point format. You have to come first to win. Are there any changes that we're going to see in your playstyle? Because it's not just an average, it's not whoever gets the most points. You have to get that first place to win.
Kalau kita udah match point 50 poin, kita bakal main hati-hati. Terus kalau misalnya ganti hero gitu, bakal kita bicarain dulu bertiga mau ganti hero apa enggak biar mainnya lebih hati-hati. Terus ganti skin sih biar nggak di grief mungkin ya, macam itu.
Yeah, changing the skins is an interesting one. We did talk about that a little bit last week about how sometimes teams will recognize you. When you say change the heroes, is that because you don't want to be recognized, or is that because you think there's different heroes that will help you play that more safe style?
Ya tentu itu buat lebih safe sama main defense-nya. Misalnya kalau lagi di push gitu lebih kuat lah.
So what heroes would you be considering for a different composition?
Ya contohnya kayak kemarin Gear L mungkin Crypto Horizon nama itu termasuk contoh juga buat kita ubah hero. Kemarin yang Gear L Master Summer ya kan? Ya.
So since we were talking about your playstyle a little bit there, do you guys consider yourselves more of a team who plays ring or edge, or does it just completely depend on where the circle is and how quick the rotation is for you guys to get there?
Tergantung sih, itu kayaknya kita lebih persiapin siap semua situasi. Mau main ujung, mau rotasi cepat, semuanya harus bisa. Soalnya kan Battle Royale kan, ya siapa tahu rotasi kehalang tiba-tiba di depan ada musuh gitu. Terus ya udah terpaksa main ujung gitu.
Okay, well, you've prepared pretty well so far, and it's definitely been showing. So I guess we should finish off. Look, if you're number one, what are you going to do with the truckload of cash, Twizzy? What would you buy? Are you also going to buy? Going to help your parents out like your very generous teammates?
Yang pastinya dibagi ke keluarga juga itu udah pasti. Terus upgrade PC itu pasti juga disimpan dulu, pasti pasti ada aja kepikiran buat nantinya entah mau diinvest atau apa segala macam.
That's smart. Good to hear that you've got a good head on your shoulders, mate. All right, thank you so much to Wolfpack Arctic for joining us for these interviews on the Overlook, and yeah, best of luck. I hope you guys are doing well in champs.
Thank you.
So looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
For the end game, see now on your screen. See now.
Things are starting to shape up now with our top 3 within touching distance of the match point format. Of course, that's only to get there. They will then have to win after that. To be honest, Gino, this may well be one of my favorite formats I've ever seen for a BR, being able to really put the pressure on teams that are still trying to compete. Puts a massive target on their back. It was really interesting what Wolfpack Arctic were just saying about the fact that they might change their skins, they might change their legends just to make sure that they're not spotted as much.
Exactly. They don't want to have a repeat of what happened last time. Let's have a look at the placement timeline now, just before we get into game, to see how that second game shook out. It was Tom Young Kung coming from the skies to clutch up and take out the number 1 position, in NLN with another rack of kills, as well as the number 2 placement as well. Just having a look at that, we're obviously not seeing any of those early contests, so it usually is a little while before we're getting those first couple of teams going down. But notably, Rig again falling early at 8 minutes, taking those early fights, but not being able to close them out as quickly as they would like.
Yeah, it's very concerning right now. I mean, obviously, they start off with 10 points. I think they're around 20, if I remember seeing them from the last leaderboard point. So it still puts them in a good place, but it is just one thing we'll want to be touching on, because these games are very quickly going to roll away from some of these members. So they just will want to make sure that they stay ahead of the curve.
It's like, I mean, Wolfpack Arctic, as you said, they're so close to already getting to match point. And as we heard in that interview, Rob, look, maybe those plans that they've got for the big money coming through could be theirs sooner rather than later.
It is some serious coin as well. Some outrageous numbers we are talking about. Life-changing, in fact, for one event. And for one lucky team, they will be taking away that lion's share. I think it was something like 166,000 USD. That's USD. And let's get into the game. Let's just find out. Let's just dive straight into the midst, into the action. And I just can't believe, seriously, the storyline for me today is just NLN, NLN, NLN. Is it possible? Are they actually going to come from nowhere and dismantle this lobby? I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, it's possible, right? It's just been a fantastic start for them. You're seeing yet another northwestern circle. The teams up that side of the map. Reject, EXO, Athame, especially I think Athame actually, because if you let a caustic player like Natsuru Sama get into a good position early, it's so hard to dislodge them. And we've just seen him be able to do so much damage, assuming they found some sort of sniper in that time. Now, NLN, they actually drop over at Lava City, and that's what makes them coming into today all the more impressive. They've had 3 circles, basically, that haven't particularly favored them, Rob, and they've done an excellent job. Sorry, 2 circles. Well, yeah, sorry. This is now the 3rd circle that hasn't favored them. And in the first 2 instances, they did an incredible job.
Yes, and whether they continue to do so or not, you know, that's going to be the big talking point. That's the big ask that we will have. Where are they going to be able to pull these points from now that they may start to put a bit of target on their back as teams are looking at them going, we did not expect you to be forming to the standard that you have set in the first 2 games. And we talked about it earlier, and we will bat on about it. It is consistency, consistency, consistency. Every day of the week, it's who turns up in the server, who performs on the day. And right now, there are some question marks that need to really be addressed. And one of the big ones will be around Reignite. They cannot allow another game to slip in that bottom 10 position.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of time on their side. I'm thinking back. I think they eventually made it to match point, but it was the same thing in the last time we ran this format, Rob, where they took a little bit too long to get there, and then by the time they did, they didn't have enough matches to be able to clutch that first place and the trophy as well. So yeah, I mean, look, they're currently sitting in 5th spot, thanks to their amazing performance in the group stage. But you can't just pub stomp here, Rob. We're not about that. You need to perform against the best teams in the region if you want to be the one who walks away with number 1.
That's it. And, you know, we talked about inside the ring very briefly before about the fact that they've brought out the caustic as well. They have, in fact, doubled down. They are going to be bringing and showing that Nox Gas once more in map 3. So a bit of a change in play style for them. But they have been a team throughout the group stages that have continued to impress with their consistency. And it'll just be a factor of whether they're going to be putting enough points on the board early on, whether they're going to give themselves time to, you know, kind of breathe when we get toward these later stages of today's games. You want to be putting yourself on that match point as soon as humanly possible. At the same time as not stressing, I guess. You know, it is give one and take with the other. You want to be able to not put too much pressure on yourself in the first 2 games. Just making sure that you chip away at what will be a marathon here.
Yeah, you can see teams taking up positions inside Lava Fissure. That's where we're expecting this one to end up. That means, of course, that they have bunkered up already. Tom Young Kung, another team who have found position well inside the circle. Bearclaw Gaming and Reject, the other 2 who are already nice and cozy in those Lava Fissure buildings. Direwolves, they're coming up behind, you know, this is what we always talk about with their rotations from Thermal. They pretty much have the hardest route to go through if it's a sort of eastern zone, because they have to go through the teams that are currently in front of them, and they're actually having a look at Rig and Wolfpack Arctic right now. They are no easy beats.
No, they will get some free damage off at the very least, and it pulls them off of the balloon. It also alerts Wolfpack Arctic to the position of both of these teams. And they are certainly a roster that has impressed continuously. Certainly not one that I would want to find myself going head-to-head with in a fight. It just looks like Direwolves are going to be pretty relaxed. Reignite have completely left that position. They are, however, running into 3 or 4 teams closer into Lava Fissure itself. Fame already holding place, so too are Bearclaw Gaming. It all comes down to a little bit more of a relaxed vibe in the west, as most teams have found their positioning.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Evo 1 a little bit further up towards the north. These guys want to get in through Countdown. Give themselves a little more space to play with before they start having to think about their hectic POI that is Lava Fissure right now. Invade's still behind them, actually. Interestingly, they've scanned the circle, but they're sitting all the way at the train tunnels, you can see there. Just waiting on the beacon, perhaps even waiting for the next circle to finish before they get that information and then rotate in. I guess they're just deciding that, you know, they knew they weren't going to get one of the better buildings in Lava Fissure, and therefore it was worth taking their time and maybe trying to play some edge, maybe try and catch out someone like Inferno Apex, who is still just wandering through Skyhook, trying to loot up. Very familiar playstyle coming out from Exo Clan here. We've seen them previously in Lava Fissure circles. They like to play that sort of northwestern side, which allows them to have the circle at their back and not have to worry about the backstabs too much. But they've also struggled with this sometimes to convert.
It's not the easiest, is it? Converting from a position of already what you would say, quote unquote, negative. It's not the easiest to do so, especially in a lobby. As we've been touching on all day long, there are no freebies here. There are no freebies in this lobby. You have to fight and earn every single inch of this. One thing I find really interesting is completely off screen is Bearcore Gaming have been running the crypto, and it has certainly allowed them to play a lot more central than what we saw at the very least in the first week of the group stages. We saw them a lot of the times taking the fights on the outer sides of the ring. Now we're starting to see them bunker in a lot more. So it's certainly a different play style from them. However, I am just so curious from NLN's perspective how they've been so successful of fighting their way into the ring itself and still being able to take away such strong placement points.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'll have to keep an eye on them as we get through these games, Rob, because as you say, it is a little bit of a mystery. They're not a team that we've seen a huge amount of. They haven't been a team that, you know, just bulldozes their way through a lobby, and therefore you're seeing them in a lot of fights and getting to notice that sort of thing. They seem to just sort of be creeping in towards the end, but at the same time, I mean, they have also racked up the kill points, but they seem to be doing it in a safe enough manner, unlike the team who you think might be able to do that. They invade.
The thing is, it's against Rise as well, so one of these teams look like they're going to fall out here, and Lala Bang is the only to remain for Invade. He's got 3 players low on Rise, but it doesn't make a difference. They will handily deal Invade the loss. That is the 20. That's the first squad to drop out there. Big points on the board here for Rise that we've seen have some nuclear games in the past in group stages. Definitely don't want to be giving them the confidence to run away with this.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see which teams have decided to play Edge in a lobby that's as stacked as this, and Rise are probably one of the teams that you would expect could do well in that kind of style. They're one of the only teams who you would favor against pretty much every other team in the lobby, and therefore can comfortably go up and do that, even if it's a team like Invade coming out very late out of Fragment West. Actually, as we said, I guess they taken that that spot up in. Oh my, yeah. Look, let's not bother about that, as we've just seen a big circle shift, and Noir, they're actually going to be pretty happy about this.
We'll wait and see. They need to live to tell the tale, if I'm being completely honest with you here, Genome. They've got Direwolves on the other side of them, and they're pinched in between inside the ring as well, who haven't been as eager to take these early engagements. They've certainly been playing a lot more passively, if that's what you can say. Now Direwolves, they're going to look to put the pressure onto Noir. Noir actually split up, but it is the portal that allows them to escape from one building and into the next. Direwolves are definitely looking to push the issue on this one.
Well, they hold the southernmost point of the ring at the moment. No one really going to come in behind them in the choke. As you can see, they're just looking towards teams like K7, towards Evolution Xenomorph at the moment, who are closer over towards staging. They're going to want to hold on to that high ground above Lower Fissure, though. Bearclaw Gaming and Wolfpack Arctic have already made the smart rotations into there quite early. They hold the buildings next to that geyser at the moment. The teams on the southern end actually look like they have a slightly easier time. There's probably going to be less of them to contest and run each other out of that sort of position, as opposed to the teams like Dreamfire on the east, or a lot of the other teams on the north, who are going to have to push out of Lava Fissure, probably next circle. NLN actually a little bit in the middle of things here. I'm somewhat worried about where they find themselves. You can see that's Inferno just above them in countdown, and they'll have a couple of minutes to sort of deal with that situation before they realize it's not really Lava Fissure or the countdown side you want to be in. They need to make their way further.
A7 at the moment. They are absolutely pinching one of these teams underneath them. I believe it's Evolution Xenomorph. Oh, yeah. See you later. That was, I didn't even get to finish what I was trying to say there, but that is Evolution Xenomorph going out. And I believe that's in 19th place. K7 licking their lips at the moment. Devil Shields all round and close to red for some of them. So they are certainly putting themselves in a good position, considering the zone, considering where they're going to have to rotate to. I think they may well be able to do so with enough time.
There are a couple of teams between them and safety, though, Rob. Inside the ring, Noir and Dire Wolves are in that high ground we were talking about before. Grape, one of the mixed teams, as you can see there on that little pop-up. We've got, I think it's Indonesia, Thailand, and I think it was Malaysia is the third member of Grape. So they actually come in English because of the mix of countries that they come from there. As you might have heard, the very hype finish. You saw the behind-the-scenes clip of them winning the Winter Circuit playoffs. It was quite fun to hear.
Certainly an exciting time. Now, this is Team Dreamfire that are being pressed, not relentlessly, but it is by Grape. Wolfpack Shadow is on their way over as well, so they need to be careful how far out they're wishing to take these fights, how open they're wishing to remain. Because Wolfpack Shadow are definitely the team that will be more than happy to push the envelope, if you will. And just like that, they're starting to engage.
Dreamfire do have a little bit of cover at the moment. Now moving back down to K7, just a little bit south of where we were a moment ago. K7 looking pretty good here against Grape. Taking one knock, a second one. They're going to finish them off, but Wolfpack Shadow goes straight in using the jump pad there. See them getting right on the back of that. Unfortunately, there's not enough time for K7 to exit that fight cleanly, and at least they'll survive with a rat in the form of Chris the Bloodhound. Wolfpack Shadow, they do a little bit better at getting out, but now the third, the fourth, the fifth parties come in. We've got EXO, we've got Rise Empire, all looking to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, EXO may just be able to watch this fight unfold in front of them, the one you were talking about just then. Dreamfire and Rise, they're now currently head-to-head, toe-to-toe. And it just depends on how willing they are to engage, because above them is NLN, in fact. It looks like Team Dreamfire, in the meantime, have been knocked out of the lobby. We'll wait and see. K7 starting to push a little bit further with Chris, but Rise, it's just 3 players versus 1 in that position. I couldn't imagine it's going to be bowing favorably or kindly at all. Let's listen into EXO and find out how they play this one out.
The tracks! On me! What, I'm dead!
He's dead,
Yeah,
nice.
I'm here. Oh,
They're dead.
I got an armor swap. I'm cracked though, I'm cracked. I need the bat.
I'm cracked as well.
Bubble.
Oh.
Get my red, get all the loot.
Yeah.
Here.
Do I give you all them?
Yes, you do. You have to give your ultimate and run. Run down to the compound, player. Run down to the compound. You guys have to go to the compound on your left.
Yeah. Take a man. Yeah.
You could hear Jarrow there giving the comms, giving the direction for the remaining players of EXO that are now only with 2 remaining. And not really a favourable 4th or 5th party, if you will, there, Gino.
No, Exo were trying to play it a little bit safe and just trying to do some of that damage from range, but unfortunately, they take too much in return. And now with Reject going past them, they actually do enough damage there to scare them off. And let's see if Pricey actually gets the scan on them. No, looks like he doesn't have it on cooldown, and that's really lucky for Exo, because if they had a scan there and realized that Exo only had the 2 players, maybe they weren't paying enough attention in the kill feed. Maybe they just want to play it a little bit safer and worry about themselves and get position, but Exo do live to fight another day. Oh man, Pricey just did massive damage. He's got the triple take there. And who was that?
Inferno.
I think it was, okay, Inferno. Yeah, took a lot of damage trying to rotate in. Evolution 1 have just gone down into one of those buildings. You can see quite a few of the teams actually taking the Valk rotates. And Direwolves have got the perfect position to just fire down with impunity here from the high ground, as these teams are all worrying about trying to find a safe space in the middle of this 4th and 5th ring.
Problem is there's no safety on the inside of the buildings either, because there's multiple teams down there. It looks like 4 or 5 are going to be fighting for those banana buildings, if you will. On the northern side of the zone, it's absolute mayhem. And Direwolves really just have free pickings over all of this. They'll be able to rotate in late, but NLN, they may be on their last legs here. It's low-key, the last to remain. He may just have to rat this out toward the end, but if he's spotted, it'll be all over Red Rover for them. And Direwolves consistently finding these outside damages, these pokes. It would be incredibly annoying.
So they're firing into a fight there between Reignite and Athame. Reignite just completely centered onto the high ground with Jen Burton's jump pad, but you can see now that they're struggling to find a spot. Templex is on like 1 health, but they need to revive him. Unfortunately, it seems like whenever they try to, the models of their players stick out from behind that tiny rock, and they're just opening themselves up to damage from Waltzy, who's got the 2x4 on his R301 and is just pinging them at range. It looks like they might... We've got 30 seconds to make this happen. Okay, there we go. The bubble comes in, and now they can safely do it. The scan doesn't matter. There's not really anyone who's looking to get up at them, because close to them, there's just rats. We've got MT from Reject, he's by himself. We've got Loki from NLN, who's by himself. But then Rise, they're the ones that they might have to worry about as this rotation goes in. It looks like they've been trying to stay quiet and not reveal themselves, so that when they do come down, they can try and get some damage done to Rig, who had a quieter start to the game than they have game 1 and 2, and that's worked out for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. It hasn't worked out for Loki trying to rat. That's NLN going down in what is 7th placing. Still some points on the board for them in terms of placements, but that is all outside of the kills that we'll see from them for now. And once again, Rise trying to make their way in. All the teams are now trying to find some kind of room inside of the bubble. Lun needs to be very careful. Direwolves still have the upper ground here, and you can just see all the bullets raining down from them. Can he pick up anyone on his team here? Jaylun may just be given the room to breathe that they need. Rise, they live to fight another tale.
Tom Young Kung, one of those early adopters of the buildings in Lower Fissure there, have had a fantastic time and have managed to stick it through to the top 4 squads. As we saw that circle close in as the ring moved in and cut off some of the options for these teams, it also cut off one of the limbs of Reignite. Zero went down, wasn't able to get out of the geyser, and he's left Jen Burton and Templex as a duo as one of these last 4 teams now. They're going to struggle against the other 3 because they're all full squads. We've got Direwolves, Tom Young Kung on the inside, and then we've also got Wolfpack Arctic, who have held the other building. So those teams, a lot of scary teams here at the end, and it's going to be hard to predict. A lot of them also have good positions, Rob. I don't know who's going to come out on top here.
No, well, now, as you were just touching on Reignite, it's only Jen Burton left. Templex is currently down on the ground, could be picked back up, but I just don't imagine it happening right now. Like you said, some big name players remain in the final 4 teams, in the final circle of Game 3. Some much needed points on the line here for teams like Reignite, like Direwolves. This is an incredibly important final circle, Genome.
Wolfpack looking to convert at least 10 points in this game, which would bring them up to being match point eligible. In their current position, that's essentially all that matters. They'll move out in a bubble. You can see that down there in the middle of the screen. That is Wolfpack Arctic currently trying to hide. And Dire Wolves, they have to start moving in. This is, of course, the final round. The ring will continue to close until one of these teams is the victor. 4 still around.
Let's go here.
Just watching the choke points for now. Wolfpack Arctic on the outside. Still one member in Jen Burton for Reignite alive.
Spotted.
He has, and it is by Waltzy, but they're not going to force the issue there. Instead, they're going to look to rotate back around with a little bit more safety. Back Arctic now, that will be Jen Burton who's getting lasered. He's down. Only 3 teams remain. 3 teams with 3 players on each squad. Dire Wolves, they have the upper ground. Wolfpack Arctic are caught on the underside. They've still got at least the bubble to save them for now. The Jen Burton, with him gone, it really makes things quite awkward. And with the zone enclosing around Arctic, they have to go underneath. The question is, what do Dire Wolves do here? Do they ensure the fight? It looks like they're getting the fight taken to them. Wolfpack Arctic, they find the room to breathe. They make the fight. Can they come out on top here? This would be massive for them. They fall down. Tom Young Kung to supply the victory in the end. Back to back. This team is here to play. They have made a statement in the 3rd game.
Do not count these guys out. Running it back with 8 kills to boot. That's a 20-point game for Tom Young Kung. And I mean, yeah, that top 3 was pretty special there. All of those teams looked like they had a good chance. Dire Wolves just took a little bit too much damage. They were the ones playing on top of the building. All 3 of them, unfortunately, trying to bat at the same time. And that just allowed Wolfpack Arctic too much time to climb up. And usually that'd be the time where you're pumping the shotguns into their face, Rob. You're getting the advantage. But instead of that, they just came up against a team who was fully medding and able to wipe them out. After that, Tom Young Kung just bided their time. And once the third, the other 2 teams had being left to sort it out, it's the same old story in Apex. If you come in as that 3rd squad, chances are you're going to be the one walking away with the victory.
Isn't it reminiscent from the game just before? Last time it took a Valk ult into the air. This time it just took timing. It just took methodicalness, if you will, some presence of mind to just allow those teams to kind of take part in their own demise. And this is massive. If I'm not mistaken, that actually may put them on match point. We'll wait and see once we get the leaderboard. But coming down to the wire, in only the 3rd game already, those were some massive names that were left up there. You said it right before we got into that fight, Genome, and I think it prefaced it perfectly. There was some huge placement points up for grabs that teams very much were licking their lips at. The potential to maybe be closing this out a lot earlier than what we could ever anticipate.
Yeah, I do believe we're going to be moving on to essentially what is the next phase of a match point day, Rob. I'm pretty sure we're going to have at least 2 teams on match point who are going to be, match point eligible from game 4. And all of a sudden, teams have to start playing differently. They can't just be worrying about themselves anymore. They can't just be worrying about getting as many points as they need to. They also need to be worried about stopping those teams getting the W and ending them where they are, because once you're above 50 points, that's all that matters, Rob. You have to focus on those teams.
Yeah.
Usually on a day where you're just trying to focus on your average score, you can be a bit more introspective. You can just worry about your own game, but not on a match point day. You've got to be looking at that kill feed and trying to work out if one of those teams that's match point eligible is making their way to the final circles, and if so, at all costs, eliminate them.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Nearly in all 3 games, we've seen Wolfpack Arctic and, of course, Tom Young Kung in that final circle well and truly before it was even there. They are predicting these zones perfectly, and it is really quite a cause for concern, because now you're going to have teams physically go and challenge them and pretty much not allow them to sit comfortable for that final fight, because at the moment, that is Tom Young Kung that are coming out on top. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see where whether our predictions are true. They will be on match point. Joining them, Wolfpack Arctic, and just underneath them, NLN are still in this. They're not letting go without a fight, but this is certainly, Genome, the next phase of match point.
Yeah, and Elam have only crept up a few points there. Reignite having a much better game there. I think they got a swag of kills as well as running out in about 4th place. So they'll move up to 30 and are now within striking distance of becoming match point eligible, as we see there. So Tom Young Kung and Wolfpack Arctic, these are the teams that we'll be focusing on in Game 4 as we potentially, we start looking for a winner. We start looking at the teams who can end this day and be taking home the grand prize.
Which is just an absurd amount of money that is on the board. And now we're worried about the teams that are down the bottom, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got a bit of a segment coming up. Have you ever wondered what it takes to be a better player? Well, get good.
Last week in this segment, we had a look at how to choose a drop spot. But if you were the best team in the lobby, where would you be going? My guess would be Sorting Factory. So why don't we chat to our main man, the EMEF, and have a deep look at Sorting Factory as a drop location. Let's learn how to get good. Before we get into talking about Sorting Factory specifically, can you just tell us, EMEF, how important are drop spots overall in the ALGS?
Drop spots are definitely the number one decision that your team can make before the game that will have concrete impact on your placings and your points going into an ALGS game. The way that rotations are impacted by the poles of a ring can be mitigated completely by, how central your landing spot is, what rotation options you have, how close you are to other teams that kind of follow the same routes as you do to get to these ring poles. And obviously the loot spawns themselves are dictated by how many bins and loot mats you have in your POI. One spot that has all those advantages is definitely the Sorting Factory. We've seen, in APAC South, Rig South, we've got Gambit in Europe and Crazy Raccoon in APAC North. They're some of the most successful teams in the region, first and second respectively. And a big part of their success is being able to hold on to the landing spot of Sorting Factory.
Wow, that's quite a record. Obviously, if there's that many teams that are doing that well in their regions, this is obviously a drop spot that's having a significant effect on how these teams are able to play the games out. So why don't we dig a little bit further into sort of what makes Sorting Factory a good drop spot? And I'm thinking about what we talked about in the segment last week. If we can sort of split this up into how this would affect a ring team or how it would affect an edge team. So the ring teams obviously are more taken with rotating fast and having options that allow them to make those rotations quicker and more effectively. So how does Sorting Factory help out the ring teams?
One of the most famous things about Sorting Factory is how many fights go down there in your typical public game, and that is directly as a result of the 2 balloons on the south side and north side of Sorting Factory. They're perfect for any kind of rotation, including southern rotations. A lot of people forget about the guys up just towards the Dome and Lava City side of Sorting Factory. You can easily get really fast priority towards zones on that side of the map. There's also the multiple beacon spawns. There are very few POIs on any map in Apex that can boast that they have multiple beacon spawns, but the rate at which you're able to consistently get second zone information and really plan out your rotate from there, it's unmatched really compared to Sorting Factory. The geography of the map is perfect as well for any fast rotation teams. It's one of the kind of 4 most central POIs in the game. You can really get to anywhere with similar timings to other central teams. You're not really forced to rotate for an uncomfortable amount of time from the Sorting Factory, especially with the balloons aiding your rotate.
Oh, I see. And I swear every third game is probably the hot zone on Sorting Factory as well. As if you didn't have enough loot already. They've got that going for them too. And I think that also helps if you're an edge team. And as you remember, as we talked about last week, there's a couple of things that are really important for edge teams as well. And one of those is the quality of the loot, especially because you need to be picking up those purple armors and You know, having a lot on your side if you want to take those early fights and have an advantage before you've even got any damage done. So that's definitely one of the things that helps the edge teams about Sorting Factory. What are some others?
As you say, the loot quality is really strong at Sorting Factory. The more positional teams wouldn't even be able to loot everything before they rotate. They still leave scraps, but obviously for the edge teams, they'll be looting the entire compound and probably still make it out with good time to spare to get into some early fights from the balloons. The replicator spawn's very good as well. You have one spawning right near the beacon, very consistently. It's got every kind of possible loot spawn, every kind of mechanic on World's Edge kind of incorporated into it, and the fact that single teams are able to hold it and get so much advantage is just incredible. And of course, because of these teams, being really respected for the fighting capability, the inherent high ground of Sorting Factory on these teams rotating from the south, from Dome side and Tree side, they can really bully and hold these teams out if they so wish. They can get as much KP as they want from these rotating teams as long as they take it decisively, so that the team on the other side isn't, looking to 3P with one of the balloons.
Yeah, teams and Geyser, teams coming from Tree, as you say, definitely have a hard time coming up against the teams in Sorting Factory. Not least because they're usually some of the most fearsome teams in the lobby. But look, it can't all be good, right? There must be some negatives to go along with the long list of positives that we've just laid out. So, what are some of the drawbacks that these teams see dropping in Sorting Factory?
The only downsides of Sorting Factory as a drop spot are as a direct result of its benefits, with how flexible it is for any style of play, any composition, and the historical success that it's had. If you're a team that drops Sorting Factory, you have to be considering the potential of someone else wanting, some of the success that you've been having from that POI. And the contest strategy is one that is quite historically checkered for Sorting Factory.
How have you seen these fights play out in the past, EMEF?
Well, typically, the reason that Sorting Factory is able to be held on to by these teams is because they are, respected as the number one fighting team in their region. Anyone who doesn't step up to that mark wouldn't be able to capitalize on, the enormous surface area of Sorting Factory. Any team that, doesn't want to fight a defending team at Sorting Factory doesn't have to. There's plenty of rotations out there. There's the massive POI and, enough spots to hide into to really make life hell for the defending team. Whether or not they're, getting the kills doesn't really matter. You're still cutting into the looting time of an edge team. If a team rotates through, you're not going to be prepared. Or you cut into the rotation time of a positional team, and of course, that's the name of the game for those kinds of teams.
All right, well, there you go, guys. There's a super in-depth look at Sorting Factory as a drop location, one of the most sought after in the whole of ALGS. Thank you for another episode of Get Good EMEF.
Thanks for having me.
So looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
Before the end game, but you can see now on the screens. You can see now.
Already two teams on match point. It's pretty crazy. We may be seeing a victor already. Talking of victors, let's have a look at some of the victors in the top kill category. Of course, these players are performing phenomenally for their rosters. NLN up there with 9 on 8 kills, but it is, of course, your main man on Tom Young Kung, Genome, who's really taking the cake. Taking the cake.
Illapos is smashing it. Zaratas, as usual, is up there with 10 as well. We've seen some big things from him recently. Seems to be on a tear. But yeah, Knight on NLN is definitely the one we weren't expecting quite as much today. Now as we move across to damage, similar, of course, Zaratas almost a 5k, Illapos more than 5k. Yeah, interestingly, Doom MVP actually putting out a fair bit for Noir as well. But you know what? Let's see who can do some more damage here in Game 4, Rob.
Yeah, let's just dive into it because right now, Tom Young Kung and Wolfpack Arctic are on match point. All it takes is a win from either of those teams. If we see at the end, Tom Young Kung is your champion, well, guess what? Not only are they the champion of Game 4, but they will take out the title of King of APAC South. So this is all, and of course Wolfpack Arctic, I can't go as far to say that, but it is very much going to be a game where we keep our eyes firmly peeled toward those teams.
Yeah, Wolfpack Arctic, they've been doing a fantastic job. Tom Young Kung are the ones who are really scaring me right now, Rob, because I think as you pointed out, they're just finding spots in the zone so early. And they've just been able to hold them out and just not even look like they look untouchable. Really. As soon as other teams pull up close to them, we haven't seen them take any sort of weird or odd fights. And okay, we finally got a little bit of a shift after 2 skyhook circles and a lava fissure circle. We're now moving over towards Overlook, and considering that is a pure east shift there, there's not a lot of places it tends to end in Overlook, Rob. It mostly ends around the silos. So if it keeps pulling that way, that's what we're really expecting there. And a team like Rise are going to be extremely happy about that.
Yeah, I think we've seen EXO, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 2 games throughout the group stages really utilize the Valk ult and getting across to Overlook and kind of being on that high ground early on. So I would dare say that may be something that we look for. And I'm sure after watching a lot of these VODs, a lot of these teams will understand how those rotates can work now that Valk is kind of a foremost in some of, I do say some, of the compositions on these teams. So very keen to see how that one plays out, no doubt.
Yeah, we've actually got 5 teams running Valk today, I believe. So I think that's a little bit more than we saw in those sort of first games where the legend had only just been introduced and teams were taking a little while to get used to her.
Yeah.
But perhaps there will be a couple more teams, able to utilize that and rotate onto the silos first. You got to also remember, there's also a couple of Octanes running around. There's one for Wolfpack Shadow. We've got Dreamfire running it as well. Of course, as Bearclaw Gaming, Grape doing it as well. And Rig. So I think there's even more Octanes than Valkyries, and I'm pretty sure you can get up to the top there with the jump pad as well.
You know what? It's an equal split down the center. It's 7 Valkyries and 7 Octanes in this matchup.
Oh, am I that bad at counting?
Well, I mean, I did kind of take a screenshot earlier and already start to do that, so don't worry. I actually took some time aside to do that. I didn't try to do it on the fly. I'm not. You never want me doing stream math, is what we call it. It's a very, very bad idea.
Yeah, it's a trap many casters have fallen into in the past, and apparently continue to fall into.
That wasn't a dig, by the way. I promise.
Me being the latest victim. No, look, that's cool, mate. I can take it. I can take it. Wolfpack Shadow actually discovered someone here on the outside, and it's their compatriots. Wolfpack Arctic are currently sitting in Fragment West, and Shadow trying to gatekeep them here. They've got the high ground in Epicenter. That's pretty much the gateway to Overlook, where 4 teams actually have made their way to currently. In Atlanta, moving through Ghost Town, past Grape. If they'll scan them first, will they work out if they're there, or are they just going to run straight past them and try and make their way into a more end-game position first?
Certainly spotted them, but so too, on the receiving end, is the Crypto that is spotting them out. Crypto may well give them information on whether they wish to fight. I would dare say it's just going to be a stalemate there. No, I don't really think there's either need for one of these teams to fight. Oh, hang on a second. There may well be behind them. Goodness me, Gino, we've just moved off it, and Grape are well and truly on their way to eliminating NLN, who are sitting in 3rd place on 35 points. This would be devastating. Knight has gotten away, but I tell you what, Bunny Hop's on the chase.
Yeah, so it was an ult combo there, coming in with the EMP from Kha'Zix as well as the jump pad from Bunny Hop to get them into position quickly, completely catching NLN off guard. And you know what? Let's have a look. They were sitting on I believe it was 34 points, so it looks like they probably will have to wait another game at least until they're ready to get match point eligible. Robs. A little bit unfortunate there for NLN. They'd been doing so well. They want to join the likes of Tom Young Kung and Wolfpack Arctic, but it's not going to be right now.
No, it's not. And I mean, if you were to look at the zone right now, it's quite outrageously shifting with Overlook. A lot of the teams are already trying to set up camp here. Team Dreamfire trying to eliminate that high ground early on, making sure it's not going to be a nuisance. But EXO, the team that we were talking about, we know they rotate over quite early. They are actually on the outside of Overlook, hoping to either rotate in later or maybe have that zone shift more favorably to them. But so many teams right now are already gearing up across toward that east, and there's a lot of open ground to fight in.
Well, Rise, they, as we kind of predicted, were a team that used their Octane to get up on top of the silos, and Tom Young Kung tried to get around behind with a Valkyrie rotate, but weren't able to do it. They see that Rise already came around the back, and, unfortunately, they knew they couldn't land there. They'd probably get eliminated. Of course, the time that it takes you to pull your gun out after you land when you've been using the Valkyrie ult is too long, and they would have been taken out. So they've actually had to settle for an underneath position. So they're underneath the silos. But you know what, Rob? We actually saw them win a game from that position. There was one not long ago that was an Overlook Circle, and they just chilled down in that position under the silos for quite some time, and then rolled up after all the defensive bombardments had come in, and came out the victors. So already they've put themselves in a position that they've won in an APAC South lobby before, and they're that close.
That's
grabbing
Wolfpack.
the top prize.
That's Wolfpack Arctic. They're gone. Wolfpack Arctic are out for the count. It's Tom Young Kung's game. That again, surely that wasn't great that eliminated them as well. Oh my word. Storylines on storylines here. Great, who were the gatekeepers of the last playoffs, who in fact took out that final game to be the champions, have taken out Wolfpack Arctic in prime position. Man, the salt that would be kind of drizzled all over Arctic right now, that would not be a good, pretty story, I'll tell you that much. The poor roster that will now have to wait and just hope and pray to God that Tom Young Kung do not come out massive.
Well, the rest of the team is going to be happy about this as well. 1 down, 1 to go as far as the other 18 teams in the lobby are concerned. They want a chance to get there themselves, and they're going to have to take out Tom Young Kung if they want to do that. Grape, a good start, not only in the way that, as you say, they've managed to pick up all these kills, but also the fact that they've got 6 kills already, and that's certainly getting them on their way to making another fairy tale Cinderella run to taking out a major.
Now, really, the big story is Grape taking Wolfpack Arctic and NLN out. That's the thing. The second and third place team right now on the leaderboard, they're no longer able to get any points whatsoever, which means it kind of leaves things open for teams like Reignite South, Direwolves, Reject, who are on that top side. In fact, Rise are currently sitting in 7th and are probably on that teetering edge between the possibility of hitting match point within the next 2 games or sitting quite low on the leaderboard altogether. So they have put themselves in a phenomenal position and outlook there, as things are actually quite slow and steady across the map right now. The dust has settled from those earlier engagements, and teams are just trying to find themselves a little bit of room, some real estate to call home.
Yeah, you want that somewhere within Overlook. Direwolves obviously nowhere that kind of certainty just yet. They're all the way up at, well, they're looking at Fragment East, actually, rather than Ghost Town. If they went there, they'd find the likes of K7 Esports. Rig have actually got themselves the outermost building in Overlook, as well as the beacon, but they probably don't want to scan that. It'd be, well, they could. They've got, they could combo Zero's dome protection there and let Templex have a go at it. He's only got wide armor. If anyone pushed them, EMP'd them in that time and removed the bubble, they could be done for.
Now, this is really important what we're seeing right now. Athame are rotating down to the southern east side of the zone because they are one of the only teams that have been able to scan that beacon early on. And there's no one that's going to be there to contest if they pull directly straight right now. They've put themselves in a great position. The rest of the teams in Outlook, they'll be fine. For Overlook, but they will be fine for now. The next zone still holds within the zone. But where it pulls next is anyone's guess. And it looks like Athame are trying to find the prime position to play from.
Yeah, they're just using a couple of these crates. They've got a little bit of cover back here. K7 who are watching them with, they've got a 3x on the R301. They've got a 4.8 on the charge rifle. So lots of long-range options for K7 to keep putting the hurt onto Athame. Aircore Gaming. Ooh, unfortunately, looks like they might have a DC actually, which would explain why they're deciding to stick around Fragment West all the way back there. And I guess that means they'll probably just be left as a duo as the ring closes in and eats up Jubjubib. They will be moving into K7 Esports, of course. Like most of the other teams, they're happy to play Ghost Town. They don't feel like they need to move into Overlook just yet. Rather give themselves the options to take some early fights and do some damage. You can see there. Oh, whoa, not doing too bad either.
This is a real problem because K7 can sit back and just hold them with their backs against the zone. And with Bearclaw there, Direwolves are going to be able to rotate from the northern side. You can see the ping, the red ping coming out to their left. That is where Direwolves are coming from right now. And it looks like they may well be walking straight into each other. And the damage, it may just be too much for Bearclaw here. So hopefully this will just be some kill points on the board. By the way, Jubjubib is actually back. Whether they'll be able to make it outside of the zone in time or not, that's a different story altogether. But right now, Bearclaw Gaming, this may be curtains for them.
Yeah, Rudine now running away. As you said, Jubjubib came back just in time to be able to put some meds together, and who knows, it might actually work out. He may be left as a rat as Direwolves clean up the Not Stun series. Roy and his friends at K7 Esports actually thought about coming into third party that, but unfortunately the 2v3 was a little bit too quick to clean up the Direwolves, and so they make their way back to Ghost Town and think about holding them out some other way. Also picking up a care package at the same time. Nice. That'll net them the triple take. We've seen before, actually, that Direwolves can do insane amounts of damage with a triple take in their hands.
Now, this is EXO across toward Evolution Xenomorph, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to find out who this other team is, but it's not looking good at all. Yeah, it's not looking good at all for EXO because not only that, Invade have just come across and it looks like Wolfpack Shadow are coming in for fifth party this, or fourth party, I should say. How much longer EXO are going to be able to remain alive? Well, you know what? I can't even get the words out of my mouth in time. EXO fall out in 17th place. These are some massive games for some of these lesser teams to grab some points here. Invade, who have not had the greatest start, they may now be in prime position, but they are still being held down once again by Wolfpack Shadow that we were just talking about 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, they'll range in from the west, and Invade, we're happy to just sort of pick up some extra kills there. They nabbed 2, I believe, in that fight, if some of them weren't from earlier. We've got a circle coming in. An interesting shift here. Athame have picked it very well. If Valkyrie rotated into exactly the right spot, and those teams like Tom Young Kung and Rise, who thought it might have been a silo circle there, as it so often is at Overlook, are wrong. We've got a very open field, actually, that's going to be ending, and thank God that Athame are in position early, because this is not the kind of place that Horstick excels.
No. Look at this right now. Direwolves, they can play as God-given gift. That, I believe, is Evolution going down on the northern side of the map. Wolfpack Shadow just in front of Direwolves at the moment, but they have that high ground. They can sit there and do as they so please. The rotate, however, It will be one of a treacherous path. They have quite a few teams in front of them. In fact, there's 3 that they need to get past, plus K7 down toward Ghost. So interesting times ahead for Direwolves.
Direwolves' movement today has been very interesting, almost like a stutter step all the time, Rob. Unlike a lot of these other teams using the Valkyrie rotates and Wraith portals to make big jumps all at once, Direwolves have just been slowly but surely clearing out space and positions in front of them as they move towards the end of the ring, and it's been working out very well for them. It means they don't seem to be caught off guard easily, and when they do take a fight, usually they're aware of their surroundings enough that they do well. Just as I say that, a rat pops up in front of them, just out of nowhere. But we're having a look at Reject now, who might actually think about taking some shots over at Invade and Direwolves. That's who they're looking at right now, the 2 teams closer to Epicenter. Underneath them, in the train tunnel, is going to be Grape as well.
Yep. You know what, Genome? The zone just continues to pull harder. It is K7 that have spotted out the next zone, and it's even closer to a Thane than what it was originally. So it just continues to pull down the southeastern side of where we are right now, and a Thane literally could not have called or picked this any better.
Oh man, and because of the zone pulls, like obviously that affects somewhat where the care packages come in. So now K7, not only being one of the only teams that decided to stay in Ghost Town to give themselves great access to the zone, but they also got both a Prowler and a triple take. So they're stocking up to look pretty damn good alongside a Thame, who have been locking up parts of this final zone. With the caustic gas, and as well as, yeah, you can see our favorite sniper, Nutsuru Sama. This time he doesn't find the Sentinel, so he's just going to use the bow to absolutely ream Templex and rig down to 1 person left. 0. He's trying to survive here, maybe to squeak out an extra kill, but Rig go down in 13th place.
Now, very quickly, we're going to take your attention away from that because Dreamfire are trying to push back into a Thane. A Thane have been caught in between 2 places. It's Tom Young Kung that have actually rotated onto exactly where the next zone is. This is massive for Tom Young Kung. Could we be all done in just 4 games? K7 have left Ghost Town or are too busy fighting. I don't even know who that is. They've just been able to wipe them out. This is godlike right now from Tom Young Kung.
Oh, no.
This is nuts.
K7 go up. Instead of playing it safe, they try and grab a couple of extra kill points. As a result, they've not only gifted the zone to Tom Young Kung, but possibly some extra weapons as well. If Tom Young Kung finish this off, they might be able to pick up the Prowler. They might be able to pick up the triple take. Those kind of weapons that are going to be incredibly important in these last 4 zones. This could be an incredibly short day, Rob. We've got 3 now teams left. They're all fully stocked. We've got a Thame, we've got Reject on the north side, and then Tom Young Kung playing the circle. The other 2 squads have to absolutely 100% right now work out that Tom Young Kung are the southern team and not engage each other. They have to eliminate Tom Young Kung first if they want today to continue.
And that's exactly what Reject are trying to do, but they're coming out the lesser in the battle. Tom Young Kung, they need to get these red shields if possible, and now with Thane, they're starting to read this perfectly. They are still so cautious that at any point, Reject could come around the backside. It is still going to be putting the fight. Killapos and MT are back-to-back while Thane just watch this unfold. We're not even in the final circle right now.
We're not, and there's only 3 teams left. Reject starting to put some damage down. Tom Young Kung, it seems like they're getting collapsed on now. It does feel like the other 2 teams have worked out where they are, and they're working together essentially to try and crunch onto them. This is a good result for everyone else in the lobby. The other 19 teams, of course, are very happy about this. Dexter taking too much damage. I think the other teams have very much realized and have been able to work together successfully here. This is one of the weird situations you get in a match point format where it's not really every man for themselves, it's everyone against Tom Young Kung.
You know what? I think a Thame are just about to close this one out. There's only 1 player left on Reject, and just like that, a Thame take first position. Much needed points for them. They read the circle perfectly. And they were there well before anyone even knew anything about it. Well played.
And they just read that circle so damn early, and it felt like no one else had an inkling of where it was going, besides maybe K7. I think Tom Young Kung honestly were a little bit unlucky in how not hectic that final circle was. And you pointed out, right, that we weren't even at the final circle yet when those teams were starting to engage each other. And when you get a very small final circle, that's where, it's a bit hard to make those kind of decisions about, taking the time to identify correctly which team is the one on match point and just focus them down. You have to be worrying about the other team as well, but, that wasn't the case. Reject and Ath there both having time to work that out.
Yeah, it was kind of like, we saw it for a moment. It looked like a Thane were trying to cover their backside, and then all of a sudden, almost simultaneously, they started to collapse and started to figure out, well, if it's not one of us, we have to make sure that there's no chance that Tom Young Kung come away with this. There's still a lot left to be desired. And I mean, the big thing as well is, sure, I don't know whether either of those teams have propelled themselves onto match point or not, but it is, of course, about climbing the ladder, because it's not just a winner-takes-all situation. The higher you are, the more money you take. So it is a serious situation here for both of those teams, understanding that, second place takes $88,000 USD away, and it just tapers away down from there. So it's not all about making sure that you are on match point as much as it is making sure that you 100% deny the other team, just like you were mentioning, Gino.
Exactly. $100,000 is the drop almost between first and second. 30 and 20 as you continue down, Rob. These are not insignificant amounts of money, and every point that these teams can rack up to try and get through and rake in the big dollars there, they're going to take those chances. I think one of the interesting things about Tom Young Kung that we haven't really touched on much today is their resurgence here. I mean, using the Valkyrie ultimate there successfully twice to rotate as they go through to the silos and then back over to where that Ghost Town circle sort of ended up next to the mountain. That was excellent. And you got to remember, these guys, they fell off quite a bit, Rob. For a while, when Kings Canyon was in the meta, these guys were top dogs in APAC South. And once that got taken out, their more aggressive style, they used to use Caustic and Revenant together to bully teams on Kings Canyon, and then sometimes on World's Edge as well. And then they had to shift away from that as that style sort of fell out of favor, and more teams were playing the safer compositions with Wraith, Bloodhound, and Gibraltar. Now, it seems like it's flipped on its head once again, and Valkyrie has put them back in the mix as one of the top teams to fear and look out for in APAC South.
Well, that's the thing. The Valkyrie meta has drastically changed in the past couple of weeks for the APAC South region. You look back at the group stage, day one, I think we only really saw EXO and maybe two other teams. I'm still just trying to remember who they were. We didn't see a hell of a lot of Valkyrie being used. And as the days have gone on, people have caught on. Teams are starting to realize that it is giving you a lot of that ability to rotate. I wouldn't say safely by any means necessary. We see every time someone goes up in the air, there are multiple shots going their way, but it definitely is giving teams a much better look. And that is the perfect example for a Thane where they were able to rotate across map to get there. So, that was a game changer for them, and they ended up taking the W as well.
Yeah, K7 are the ones I'm a little bit disappointed about in that game. They had possibly read it, or maybe just got lucky in terms of sticking around Ghost Town for most of game 4 there, and then just took an ill-fated fight and gave the position up to Tom Young Kung when it felt like they could have been the ones to stop them even earlier than the two teams who ended up doing it in that top 3. I really wish they had have just stuck to their guns and played out that last circle a little bit safer, and they might have actually come away the victors there. I mean, they were up to 17 points at the start of this game, I believe. So, they'll be moving up a little bit from there, but it could have been a bigger performance from K7.
Man, you were absolutely soaking this in from Nuts. Your boy, Nuts Surasama, just holding down with the bow. I'm not going to lie, that was really disgusting, man. That's so much damage.
What? How does he nail those 3 in a row? This guy is just Oh, he is the GOAT with snipers, it feels like, honestly. Look at that.
Oh, imagine
1,
how
2, 3 yet
tilted.
again.
Oh god, that would be so tilting watching all of that. And actually, right then is where you saw Tom Young Kung rotate in behind them just as Nut turned around. That was exactly where they were.
But it's also like that was what took Rig out, right? I mean, if anyone else but Nutsuru-sama had been there pretty much, like maybe Rig just successfully make that rotation. They get into that final circle, and all of a sudden, the end game shifts around to something completely different. But that's the difference.
Yeah, it certainly is. And a big difference right now is the fact that we're not finished. I can't believe that. Tom Young Kung, they just narrowly get taken out. It was top 3 for them, which means that the game is open, wide open for many of these teams. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, maybe the end. We'll see you in a bit.
EXO looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
For the end game, seen Elam.
Welcome back. Much like a theme, we're going to speedrun our way into position here. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard very quickly and determine whether we have any new people on match point, and the answer is no, Gino.
Doesn't look like it. A Thane move up with that victory. NLN still sitting there in 5th place on 34 points. Didn't add it all, and Reject grab a couple there, the next closest to making it there.
Crazy. So, anything you want to break down here before we dive into the action?
Well, just having a look across the board here, Tom Young Kung, you can see that they're doing a good amount of damage there. Killapos are still just remaining, adding almost 6 points a game to his team. That's why Tom Young Kung have got up the top so early. Wolfpack, they're a little bit more average across the board, but Zaratas, as always, this guy churning out unbelievable amounts of damage.
Well, you know what? I think it might just be time to head into the game. We'll be there in just a hot jiffy, because this right now, two teams, Wolfpack Arctic, Tom Young Kung, they're on the verge. They are on the world's edge of taking away the lion's share of an absurd amount of money. And look where it's pulling once more, Genome. My goodness.
Oh, no. No way. I don't believe it. A third out of, what are we up to? Game 5 now. A third circle is going to be pulling a hard northwest. And this one, though, it looks like it's going to be a skyhook circle proper. I'd be very surprised if we went to trials again. Either way, though, it feels like Reject have been doing reasonably well. EXO, though, unfortunately, we're going to keep talking about them because, of course, they are one of the 2 Skyhook landing teams, haven't been making the best use of these circles that just are landing right on their doorstep.
Yeah. Now we're going to have to ask the big questions. Now, the thing that always concerns me about the end of Skyhook zones is how chaotic the last minute or 2 minutes are. Now, this... I will say it right now, this is going to favor your teams like Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung. They'll get across there early, they'll find themselves a piece of real estate that is going to be close, if not in that end zone, and they're going to wait it out. I can guarantee you right now, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars here. I think 166,000 USD for the winning team, and that will go like just the longest way you could ever imagine. And so I would dare say at the end of this map, it is going to be utter chaos.
However, it's not the longest way that the 2 teams we have to worry about have to travel, Rob, because Tom Young Kung land at staging and Wolfpack Arctic, they're a countdown team, so they've only got a couple of miles to run before they get into the city. Wolfpack Arctic have already taken one of the most defensible buildings in Skyhook, and then Tom Young Kung, they've only got to get through a Thame, and then they'll be in Skyhook themselves.
It looks like that's exactly where they're headed. Both a Thame and Tom Young Kung are just on the western side of the map off screen right now, of course. It's actually a Thane that are going to head in nice and early, just like Team Dreamfire are looking to. It's as if they're going to be pulling down into the southern rotate to get into Sky and relax as soon as possible.
So Dreamfire, don't take too much chip damage there, as you see Invade are behind them, looking to take the similar rotation path via the balloon. Decide they might trade a little bit too much damage, and they're just going to walk it up instead. Potentially even looking to hold out a team like Rise or like Inferno, who come over from Winery up the top of the map. Once again, we see Reject taking the northern houses, and EXO, they're going to be taking the very north side of the map across from these guys. Like, maybe they're in love, Rob, because they just love to stare into each other's eyes. That's what I'm getting.
Just long gazes for a very long time. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I can see exactly where you're coming from. Maybe a love story, after all. And a love story met with bombardments, apparently.
Yeah, actually gets a crack on the door there. I wonder if you actually need 2 of the rockets to hit. I haven't experimented quite enough with the missile swarm yet to know if it's 1 or 2 to break the doors, but it did look like it had a little bit of a go there. Reject, nice. They picked up 2 gold armors, it looks like, from trials. Sometimes you get lucky and make that happen. Tom Young Kung, a familiar spot from them, are going to be playing from the top of trials, and it's just deja vu, Rob.
Yep. Now this time, I was going to say, it might be a little bit different, where we saw, I can't remember who it was that rotated there in one of the first games, that kind of Tom Young Kung just took the free flights onto. In Fire at the moment, they're actually caught in a bit of an engagement. There we go, taking at least 1 of the kill points early on, and some much needed ones as well. There's a lot of teams up that northern side, and it looks like they're dealing with them pretty nicely. It's Inferno who are on the receiving end of all of that damage. In fact, it's Inferno who are no longer with us.
At no point do they look like they're able to even contest Invade or Dreamfire as they eliminate them there. Not even able to finish it with a rat and try and squeeze some placement points out. It feels like we've had much less successful ratting than when you have Dynasty in the lobby. There's one thing we miss those guys for. It's showing us all the cool spots that you can survive in for the longest time in Apex on World's Edge.
Right now, there are a couple of teams that could do with those kind of points. You know, you saw the fact that even after teams like Fame and Reject were, you know, the final 2 in the circle of last game, they still weren't able to get enough to push them into match point. And so now they look to game 5, and that can be, you know, I guess that could be really concerning for them, the fact that they have to at least play 1 more game to even find themselves in that position. And circles like this don't come around very often when we're talking about Wolfpack Arctic. And well, you know what? We're going to talk about Rise right now, because they are unrelenting, chasing down Evolution here and holding them at ransom.
Yeah, I think unrelenting is a fantastic word to describe Rise. And we've currently got Evolution Xenomorph running away from them. Michael and the Noob has been taken down, and it's just Genius able to use his VTOL jets and get out of there. But on the back of it, Noir are coming in. Little do they know that Rise barely took any damage from this, actually, so it's not necessarily the easy beat fight they thought this might be, and Noir just they walk in and get absolutely demolished here. That's not a good fight to the start for them.
No, they knock on the door and get the bloody door kicked in their face. I guess it is 1-for-1 right now. That's the positive thing, and Rise need to be careful, because they can still come up the outside of them with damage. If they find another kill here, they might be able to pick up Ken Tung. Now, with Elam watching this, there's only 1 player that remains for Noir, and that is Doom. He is running for his might and just looking to rat out the rest of this game.
Yeah, you can see, it looks like, I think the other player actually came back for the banners too. So yeah, Evolution Xenomorph Genius. He actually grabbed both of the banners, and now he's going to use his Skyward Dive to try and get out with the loot. They're putting down so much damage on him. He's on about 20 health, and he makes it out. Well, no, I shouldn't speak too soon. Pretty much 1 flatline bullet could end him here.
Wow.
And there's a lot of beacons on the north side of the map as well, Rob. A lot of respawn beacons. So with 2 minutes 20, it feels like Evolution Xenomorph are actually going to make it back into the game. What a bold play. I love that. In all the chaos, you know, that Noir caused there, he actually gets away with the goods.
You know what? I really respect that decision, and there's 2 reasons why. 1, because that's bold, right? Like, that is just absolutely outrageous. But 2, of course, because they're in 20th place, Gino. They're only on 2 points. They don't have a choice. They have to make these bold plays. They have to be risky here if they want any chance of climbing that ladder. We may not necessarily see them at match point, but like we were saying last game, sometimes all you need is 1 good game to push you up the ladder into the top 20, rather top 10 position, and earn yourself some extra dollary dues.
Exactly the thought process I imagine for these guys. In Fate, at the train station going up against Green Fire. Yus has been eliminated. Ems looking in a little bit of trouble while Xiaokai tries to hold them off with the gun shield and the Mastiff. That bubble.
Jeez, that doesn't look very doable. I'll be completely honest with you. Ems trying to hunt it down. Somehow, some way, they make it out. Only barely. Actually, in fact, they don't. Both teams were eliminated.
Teams.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
apologize. That was actually inside the ring that had portaled across. That was totally an oversight from my part. And that is some massive kill points on the board here.
Where there are 2 teams in Apex, there are almost certainly 3. And it was inside the ring. That time, that capitalizes on the first 2 there. Grabbing 2 kill points, so not too bad by them. We have seen Evolution Xenomorph. Actually, they're going to... Oh, what perfect timing. So they actually fly in off the balloon there after getting respawned, and they're just going to find all of those death boxes at the train station to come back to. So very, good timing from them to be able to resupply, because obviously the 2 guys coming back in didn't have much on their backsides. Now we're having a look at Rig. Of course, they were sitting at 31 points after those 4 first games. So only adding 21 to their first total of the 10 seeding points they came in with. I think they can do a little bit better this time, Rob. But Evolution Xenomorph, as you can see, just sorting their way through some goodies there as Rise creep up behind them. So you got to remember, these guys were coming in from Fragment West. Noir, Doom MVP was the single member alive. He's still making his way through there, but he's doing it super late to try and avoid as many people as possible. Meanwhile, Rise, they're on the lookout for a building that they can make their own, and they spot out in front of them Evolution Xenomorph and, of course, NLN, who are sitting in the middle of the Skyhook at the moment.
Tell you what, NLN are just the team that keep on trucking. You know, there's a famous story about an engine that could, and that really is the engine of NLN. They will not give up without a fight, regardless of their loot is not all that good. But you know what? That's okay. You got to win some to lose some.
Well, mate, if there was any spot to go from white armor up to red, it is on top of the Skyhook, assuming you have enough bullets, which, as we're looking here, they may not actually, because he's only got a couple of clips there in the R301. That's really where you want to have like 80 sniper ammo, and all of a sudden your armors will magically transform into fabulous different colors.
Now, very quickly, Wolfpack Arctic, I'm just going to mention this right now. They currently have the foresight on the next zone, and it's pulling very, very north, back toward Exo and Reject that we saw before. So that is going to be very much a fight that is going to be taken out into the open in what will be zone number 5 or 4, I believe. It will be zone 5 that we see it in. So that is going to create all dusty chaos.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be dust kicking up there. As you can see, Exo have that sort of prime spot at the back. Reject will be okay for a little while, but like not... Actually, they will be within zone 5, so it'll only be the zone 6 circle that'll actually cause them some troubles. But you got to remember, as you can see on the left side of the map there, those dark blue triangles, that's Tom Young Kung. So that's the second team that has the chance to close it out in this game 5.
Reignite have just sent it onto Reject in the only buildings that will be there. The Reject know full well that they are now, well, they now have some tenants, I should say, underneath them, paying rent or not. They will want to slowly but surely kick them out, although it's not a very favorable fight for either of these teams to take, with Exo and Tom Young Kung watching.
Yeah, and they also managed to grab some extra armor swaps. Like at the start of the game, I did have a little bit of vision, and I saw that Reject were, just teams will do that sometimes. You've got some extra armors down there, you stock them up, and if anyone tries to push you, you've got those there to just quickly swap out. You don't have to even pop meds, Rob. You can just swap one armor for the other, and take that extra health. So they've actually got that extra loot on the floor there for themselves, and they've taken that away from Reject. But interesting to see if those two teams do try and sort their differences out before we get one of these end circles, or if they're happy to just camp it out for the moment.
Now, I'm not sure how many times we've seen Wolfpack Arctic run the crypto. I feel like this is the first time I'm noticing it, and that's obviously giving them the ability to have played for this later game and obviously gain that extra intel where they can now look to maybe manipulate some of these rotates, ensuring that they're there nice and early. Rise at the moment, once again, they love pushing the envelope and pushing the issue. They're going to have to as well. The zone's on their back here, trying to get around the corner. It is going to be Jay Lund that takes the first contact, and it gives them all the room to move. NLN bow out in game number 5.
Classic fight there from Rise, just removing NLN in a matter of seconds. I just want to go back to that comment you made, actually, about the crypto pick, because if our viewers have the keen ears and were listening to that Wolfpack interview we had earlier today, you would have heard they actually described changing over to the crypto if they got to match point for 2 reasons. One, it makes them less visible to other teams in terms of being able to identify them as Wolfpack Arctic, and that they are the team that's on match point and therefore need to get taken out. And 2, as you say, it's pretty much the only way you can guarantee that you can get the information about where the zone's pulling, and therefore you might not be necessarily as great in the fights, but you can determine how to find that final ring location and therefore have a better chance of taking out the first place, which is really all that matters to Wolfpack at this point.
Yeah, and if it matters to Wolfpack Arctic, you can only imagine what it means to Tom Young Kung. Now, they've just ensured that no one can come from behind them. You could see just there, they were sitting on the edge of the zone, and it was Dire Wolves inside of Trials that they're just being cautious about. It looks like Evolution as well, whether that's one. I'll find out in just a hot second. It looks like it is Evolution 1 on top of Trials, but never mind that. Bearcore are getting pushed on. Oh, that's not great for them, I'll tell you that much. It is Wolfpack that have gone in and done the damage there. Shadow now control the building.
Our 2 teams that are on match point remain in the game. Grape currently trying to take out one of them. They are now in the same building as Wolfpack Arctic. Tom Young Kung in the meantime. See, might have to make a move here. Grape taking the high ground above them. This is an important fight here.
Certainly is. Grape, no doubt, would be the team to do it. They were the team that eliminated them in the previous game, but unfortunately it looks like they're on the receiving end right now. Are they still alive? Wolfpack Arctic is still up and well, and Tom Young Kung, it looks like they are too. They're getting caught now with the zone on their back. It is all getting quite intense. Reject will know of their positioning. They are in the next building across. They have all the grenades they could need to use. And Tom Young Kung are going to have to fight this out with 2, it seems.
Wolfpack Arctic are out, Rob, and we've got one down for Tom Young Kung, as you can see. So our chances of seeing a game 6 have just skyrocketed. Reject, who've been holding this building for the longest time, it's their time to make something happen. Rigwa underneath them, and they've actually moved north into the circle. Tom Young Kung go out.
Yep.
And now Rig have their chance to finally get onto match point. They're going to be looking out across the field at Reject, who are currently in a stoush with Dire Wolves.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's Balkan trying to force the issue here. They're going to get away as well on the back of that Gibraltar bombardment. You can see there's just missiles flying left, right, and center. So now the big question is 2 teams out that we were looking at. It is Wolfpack Arctic and, of course, Tom Young Kung that no longer remain. Athame, are they still in the mix? They are. So Athame and Reignite, who are currently sitting both third and 4th, is it, I believe? Reignite's actually a little bit further down the line, but Athame are sitting 4th. So there's still so much to be done in this game. The stakes could not be higher for a lot of these teams. I am sure of it. We will see at least 1, if not 2 more teams join that match point at the end of this match.
Yeah, out of the top 7, NLN is the only one who's not there on match point to continue and has
hello?
the chance to push up.
Hello? Evolution Xenomorph hot dropping their way into the top there. Have they found the timing? No! EXO, too good, too clean. But now the issue is, it is Reignite South that have gone undetected in the valley. And just like that, EXO need to be careful from behind.
So they're using a lot of meds here, and as you say, they need to find a spot that they can hold cleanly without taking too much damage. At Fame right on the edge of the circle aren't gonna make it here, and I don't think the Dire Wolves will either. There's just too many teams on the other side. Rig, they see this is their time to move inside the ring, trying to force the fight against EXO right now. They lose. Waltzy's alive, and with 4 squads left, Waltzy is a rat against 3 full teams. Reignite now pulling back. They're going to run into EXO. As we can see, you've done crazy amounts of damage and are on a full red stack. Reject, easier for them to resupply. They've got the 2 gold armors and 3 teams left, Rob. Reject on the outside. Rig right in the middle, not necessarily where you want to be. And EXO are having time here to get back up to full health, 225 HP on each of their 3 players is going to make them hard to take down.
All 3 of these teams with massive stakes on the line here. It looks like it's going to be EXO being pushed by Reignite first. They're going to find themselves in a bubble fight, which means Reject are behind them. This is actually not a great engagement for either of these teams, because Reject can now start to hammer down from Reignite. They weren't expecting it. They're going to continue to fight, put the pressure on. And EXO, they've just remained pretty much undetected throughout that engagement. Reject now look for them. Is this what we have? Down to the wire.
Very confusing choice to engage there by Rig. See them go out as the first team. EXO, with the use of their bubble, do manage to stay relatively unscathed now as we get a clean 3v3. Reject versus EXO here.
Serenas or what? EXO, can they get this done? The big question that needs to be answered right now. They're playing in and around the mountain. This could be absolutely massive. They're going to dive directly on top of them. It looks like the bubble may save Reject for just a moment longer. Armor now coming back to full. It's yellow armor versus red armor by the looks of it. Brycey looking to take the opening engagement as it looks like Raki is raining down the damage. It's just too much. They overwhelm Reject, and EXO, they take some much needed points onto the board.
Well, EXO was sitting in 14th spot at 16 points before this game. They finish up as the kill leaders with 8 and move 20 points further up the board with that win. So they are still some way away from making it to match point, but Rob, they've extended the life of this game here. So EXO, they're going to be our champions there for game 5, as I can count. And look, guaranteed game 6 there, right? Tongyong Kung and Wolfpack Arctic both going down in sort of the mid game there. Not even able to get to that dangerous spot that we saw in game 4.
No, both just... This is going to be the big talking point right now, because Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung have always put themselves in the prime position throughout these playoffs. And now we're getting to the point where they're being a little bit more cautious, I think. They are obviously not looking to take engagements that they don't need to. If people come into their building, well, they've got 1 or 2 decisions, you fight or you run. And right now it just feels like every decision that they're making is netting another team just out in the better. So it really is going to come down to who else is joining them on match point, because it gets to a point where there's so many teams that can possibly win that it's just too much to deal with. And those last couple of team fights just become mayhem, because let's be honest, you're not going to know whether they are the team or not. You're not going to know whether it's Wolfpack Arctic, Tom Young Kung. I suppose Reject may well be on match point as well now. So it certainly just adds to the pressure, adds to the numbers that you now have to deal with as an entire lobby.
Yeah, it's a perfect breakdown of the situation we're going to be coming up against here. As you say, it seems almost certain that Reject will be joining those other two teams there on match point now. Their consistency definitely helping them to get there. But as we've seen, Rob, can they win? Can they actually be the one to clutch it out? We saw there they had a clean 3v3. Couldn't do it. EXO come out on top.
Yeah, and I guess that's it at the end of the day, is coming out on top. Let's see at the moment who is out on top. Reject surely join the midst of Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung. A Fame only narrowly behind. Dire Wolves. Look, to be honest, every team north of 10th place are in one game of being able to secure match point. So this is just getting more and more intense as these games go on. Unfortunately, Tom Young Kung and Wolfpack Arctic have left the door ajar just slightly.
Just a couple of points there that these guys need to move up into that match point eligible status. As we go into game 6, we are going to have that one extra. It's just going to be Reject now. But as you say, Rob, it starts creeping into that territory where there's too many teams to keep out at once. And with 3 online, if they all make it into a final circle, it's very problematic to any other teams who want to make sure that this day continues.
Yeah, it certainly is. And talking about making this day continue, we're going to do so. We're going to go to a short break. And on the other side, maybe a victor, maybe another game. We'll wait and see. We'll see in a bit.
So looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
Before the end game. See now on the screen. See now.
Well, one thing is for sure, it's going to take 6 games at the very least to determine our kings for APAC South. Genome, we now have a contender joining both Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung, and that is, of course, Rejects.
Yeah, no big surprises here yet, Rob. The 3 teams that we have sitting on match point at the moment are all extremely powerful teams that we've seen big things from in the past, but this is the biggest tournament they have seen to date.
It's the big dance. It's the one we've been talking about all the way up until now. I believe we have the top kill leaders to go and have a look at and kind of dissect. Previously, I believe it was Killerpos, and, well, that hasn't actually changed. Oh, Natsurasama, that's what we wanted to see.
Yeah. Big boy on the core stick comes in at 11, and Killerpos and Zarataz just sneaking ahead of him there. Of course, we haven't seen Killerpos move up very much because at this point, Pyongyang aren't that concerned about kills, Rob. They don't need any extra points, really. They just want to be on top. They just need to see their name on that final victory screen, and they will be $177,000 richer.
Well, that's the thing, is at the end of the day, we're not going to see these numbers for Zaratas or Killerpos go up until they're in that top 3, that top 4. You know, the dogfight situation out in the open. You can see the total damage being done. I believe last time we checked in was 2 games ago, and maybe a 1,000 more on Zaratas. I guess actually Killerpos has done a lot more damage since then. It was only on 5k the last time, and has kind of jumped up to 7. But Pricey jumps in there as well from Reject, so no doubt about it. We are seeing most of who we expected to be some of the kill leaders, or, you know, more the forefront on that damage. They are there, so there's no storyline to dive into other than we are seeing somewhat of what is expected. But one that I'm always interested in seeing, which we haven't seen a lot of today, Genome, is the rat stat. I'm so keen.
Yeah. Let's have a look as who's had to live life on the edge by themselves. Noir, Doom MVP, the only one who actually has made it in any sort of time by himself so far, sitting at 7 minutes. And interestingly, yeah, the one game that Reject didn't survive too well in, MT, a little bit of time up. Yeah, look, besides that, looks like it's been some pretty clean fights, Rob. Not too many other people actually having to spend time on their lonesome. Not like, I just can't believe it. We have to bring up Dynasty every time we see the rat stat, because like at this point, last week, they would have been at like 30 minutes of rat time already, which is just unheard of.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like this is now the 6th game we're playing of the playoffs. Of course, this is the final. This is the finals. Technically, this would be the final game of a regular day. So could it be? Could it be? That's the big question. Could it be the final game? Because we have 3 teams. It's more teams for the lessers to worry about. More teams, for the lessers to worry about. I don't know if I said that right. I think I'm going a little bit crazy here. But crazy, like I'm sure Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung are. That's 2 or 3 games now that found themselves kind of fighting with their backs against the wall, just trying to secure this final game, because that's it. At the end of the day, that's all it takes.
Exactly. Just one more game is all that stands between Reject, Tom Young Kung, and Wolfpack Arctic from making it out here as the APAC South ALGS champions. You've got to remember, we've been running this season of ALGS for 18 months now, Rob. We started in January of 2020, and all the points those teams have earned in the last 18 minutes are coming down to this, possibly Game 6 of the ALGS Championship Finals.
Let's get into it. 20 minutes is what could decide a fate of 16 months. Imagine the storyline here for Reject, that have consistently been a team that we've talked about, always being, you know, one of the forefront mentioned teams in APAC South. We talk about them as always showing up on the day, but just never being able to perform at their very best when it's needed. And now they have a perfect opportunity. This is everything that they could hope for.
MT always starts off fighting the Prowlers before he moves on to the real players. Likes to, play a bit of single player first.
Some PvE.
We should go here.
Oh.
Why not? There's the zone. It looks like it's pulling across toward the epicenter. Now, the questions are, where are our main teams going to be placing? Of course, Countdown is where I think it is. We see Wolfpack Arctic. Reject. Where do we... Oh, I am absolutely just... I have lost my mind. We are looking at Reject right now on the screen at Trials. Just ignore me altogether, folks. Just...
Yeah, of course. The 2 drop in the western side of Skyhook, while MT will start off in Trials, so not too far from them. I'm going to take a gander and take a guess and say this is possibly going to end up in Survey Camp. So Evolution 1, who were essentially, the team who had to choose the only drop spot left as that sort of 20th team to make their mark on this lobby, may get a little bit of help here. But, you can't really just stay in Survey Camp unless maybe you're a Caustic or something like that, because you just start off with so little loot. I mean, they're running out of Survey Camp right now, and they have 3 white armors against a team like Invade, who get all of, Fragment West to loot. They've already discovered the Circle. Invade are going to be so much more well prepared for where this is heading. Now, can't tell if the teams at the moment are thinking it's actually... Maybe the teams are not reading this as a Survey Camp ring, and that's why they're not heading in that direction. Maybe they think it's going to end up somewhere closer to Refinery. I'm seeing some pings over there as inside the ring take a bit of damage, and SQL doesn't want to burn himself with the his own VTOL jet there, because that 1 damage could take him out if he takes any more hit.
Comes the kit though, so he'll be back up to full, and this is the problem right now for inside the ring. It's just going to be a really uncomfortable fight for them to take, and of course it is Tom Young Kung who are actually taking this. There is no need for them to be fighting this Genome, and yet they persist. They're actually closing in on them. They may well pull away, but goodness me, that is an incredibly bold move by a team that is sitting on match point.
Agreed. I mean, I think they just read that there's not going to be really any other teams around to bother with this. But as you say, like, I'm looking at their ammo right now. I mean, Dexter just had to drop some shotgun shells. We've got about 1 clip left in the vault for one of these other players. It's really dire right now for Tom Young Kung in terms of loot. And it's going to be very hard for them to find positions in Epicenter, and maybe that's why. Maybe they wanted to actually get the loot off of inside the ring as they pulled up, Rob, because they knew that positioning probably won't go their game this way without a throw of strength.
Yeah. Well, we will keep tabs on Tom Young Kung as this game unfolds, because again, they are always finding themselves in these zones nice and early. Now, the rotate that they have is, I would say, one that is not all that open, free, or comfortable for them. They're going to have to make the way there past multiple teams, and depending on where that next zone pulls, it will drastically change. Wolfpack Shadow from playing inside the epicenter right now. That is Rise that they're currently throwing bullets toward, and just a bit of trade. Get that Evo up as much as you possibly can in the early parts of the game, so it allows you to relax a little bit more. But a lot of teams now starting to dominate around the southern side of the epicenter, and that one of those teams is Reignite.
Yeah, Epicenter, of course, belonging to Wolfpack Shadow. And we haven't talked about them that much today. They're sitting at 23 points at the moment, haven't had a stellar day so far, and I think part of that is because with these lobbies settling down a little bit more, Rob, it means that, they don't get the extra loot, right? Like, people are just being sensible, and they're taking Survey Camp, and they're taking Refinery rather than taking 50-50s off the drop, and that cuts into what Wolfpack Shadow like to do, which is just roam around, split drop, and start fighting a lot earlier. If you're restricted to the epicenter loop only, it's actually a lot harder to play the style they like to do with the roaming edge. But now Reignite getting into a fight with Grape. And they are going to win that, but Invade are right on their backsides. Yeah. And their dome has just gone down. This is going to be so hard for them to take this. Luckily, Invade actually not looking... Okay, then I think they scanned and realized one of the rig players was down, so then they do actually try and move in, and Zero gets put on the ground once again. Will Invade try and end this fight now?
Yeah, this would not be good for Reignite South, a team that we continually look at and ask questions. Unfortunately, they have not been answered today, and Rise now getting in amongst the midst of it. There is no rest for the Wicked being Reignite, who only have Jen Burton alive. He's either going to have to play for the Beacons or look to play as a rat. And it looks like he may be trying to pick his teammate up, because I guess he knows he can't let this game go to waste. He has to make the most of this as Rise just settle down and relax with really no one behind them. They have everything in front of them.
Rig's decision-making today has been very questionable. I'm just thinking back to that final fight in the last game, Manic, where, you know, we saw them just take a fight out of nowhere. I mean, you never want to be the first ones to take an engagement when you've got a three-way tie at the end of the game. You really want to be the one third partying, and they just went in and absolutely fed themselves to Reject and Exo Clan. So, once again, seem to be suffering. Jen Burton's actually going to go back in and try and grab some banners now. Does manage to get both of them. Okay, so it could be a respawn potentially here. But, okay, now we're starting to see some of these teams congregate in survey camp. You can see that Bear Claw was one of them just there, and we're also having a look at Exo, who think that it could be a pull closer, actually. You know, you get some of these, where they're looking kind of right now, in between that train station and survey camp at Epicenter, that kind of middle ground often does end up seeing some final circles. Okay, so this is K7 Esports. They were holding position. They seem to like just sitting on the survey beacon in Ghost Town for whatever reason, like almost no matter what the circle. We've seen that a couple of times so far today. Meanwhile, we do have a respawn coming in. K7 have seen this.
Yep.
So they've gone all the way up from Ghost Town to try and get rid of Rig once and for all.
That's the thing. They saw Jen Burton running from the balloon, so they started taking pot shots very early on here. Jen Burton is going to have to play magically against all three members of K7, who are forcing this issue as well. They're actually going to chase down the revived members. It's Zero and Templex. Can they get around the corner in time? It looks like Jen Burton has had to leave them for dead, as K7 are definitely going to want to secure these kills. The points on the board would be much needed and much welcomed as well. This is not a great storyline for Rig fans.
They've split up completely. All three of the members going in different directions. Hopefully just maybe trying to get one of them out so that they can secure some placement points in the end. Of course, if they go down now, they get nothing. Zero, not able to heal himself up in time, has gone down. He's probably going to go down to the ring unless Jen Burton can get there. Hopefully he's got enough meds in his backpack to make that happen. And now K7 Esports, after just grabbing a cheeky 1 KP, are going to move back into the ring where Rise were having a look. We've also got to look at the circle here, Rob. And it's actually going to be going pretty north. So I think the initial prediction there of survey camp looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's slowly but surely pulling there. Now you could see, I mean, you actually can't see, but it's just on the outside. Jen Burton has unfortunately not been able to get to Zero in time, and slowly but surely getting these beacons. Rise now need to be careful because that's K7 pushing the point toward them. Vate in the meantime on the southern side don't really have anyone contesting them directly just yet. It looks like Evolution Xenomorph maybe the team they're looking to push a little bit more with emphasis.
They kind of doing a similar job to Rise, just playing that edge and waiting for the teams to come and feed themselves to the hungry piranhas, but they are going to move behind a little bit. Jen Burton actually managing to just walk away with 1 kill point there, and then will use his stim to get out. Unfortunately, I think he's going to run into the other 2 members of Noir. So Salvatore and Bastion, who are actually playing as a duo this time, but you know what? 2's better than 1, and they will take out our lovable rig member there. So Invade, maybe looking to get in on some of that action too. High ground over Noir allows it to put in a little bit more damage, but yeah, I think they'll just reset now. Interestingly, the Rise VK7 has just sort of continued to take pot shots at each other, and yeah, a little bit more edge play in this game than we've seen in many of the others, Rob.
Oh, what's really interesting is the edge play from both Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung, who are the final members to come inside of the zone. It's Wolfpack Arctic on the west, and it's actually Tom Young Kung on the south. And they have only just made their way in. I believe, from what I know, they both know of where the next zone is. Yes, they do. And so that will give them every bit of information that they need. But it is just such a treacherous path here for Tom Young Kung. They've got the Noir team just to their east. They've got 3 teams to the north in Fragment West. And then, of course, they've got to get past the blockade that is holding Epicenter at the moment. But like you said, 2's company, 3's a crowd. So they're not as dangerous as they should be.
Yeah, Noir probably won't be looking to take a fight against as scary as a team as TYK. Don't let them fool you. That cute little logo of theirs. I don't know what it is exactly, like a prawn curry, I'm not sure. Either way, I love it. Anyway. Just speaking with my stomach right now.
It is almost dinner time here. Well, I mean, actually, no, sorry. It's well past dinner time, so it's okay to think with your gut every now and then. But I have a gut feeling that this game is going to be incredibly difficult for our match point survivors to take this one out. So, with all 3 rosters still up, though, just taking a look at where Reject are at the moment. Oh my goodness. They are smack bang central of where this next zone is going to be, so they're laughing.
Yeah, Invader are starting to take a fight against K7 here though, Rob. They've tasted the hunt, and I think they put up enough damage that they might actually think about pushing in on this. K7 have taken enough damage that they've decided to use both the dome and the jump pad to try and get out. Those damage numbers coming through there. Highlighted in grey because they're only hitting a jump pad, and that's not anything to write home about. There you go. 1 member eliminated. Jarrow from the north as well, just looking to see if he can steal a kill here or there with his trusty sidearm, the wingman.
Well, at the very least, they've held them at bay, which now means that K7 are just stuck and not going to be getting out of this one. And it looks like La La Bang was actually able to finish off Chris there. Roy is the last to remain for K7. Fight and fight you may, but between 2 squads, I just do not see that being achievable.
Despite in the group stages, K7 getting a lot of northern circles and being able to play their way out of them, today it's just been too much. And it seems they've really struggled to make the long rotations and make that work for them. Wolfpack Arctic, now seeing them in a fight against Evo 1. They've already lost 1 member inside the ring, come in from the north. Tom Young Kung are also potentially looking exactly to make this happen from the south, so Wolfpack have to play this so smartly if they're able to get out alive. Oh, a Kraber shot coming in from SQL is going to be the first bullet point in this fight that might be one too many. 2 down now for Arctic. Twizzy all left up to him here as Tom Young Kung are happy to see these guys go down. Eliminate one of the 3 chances you have to end on the game 6 here.
Yeah, now Tom Young Kung have to be careful because it looks like Direwolves may be the next team that try to contest them. Waltzy's going to go down, but just gets inside the portal at the last second. Will be revived instantly, and Tom Young Kung, well, you know for a fact they are not chasing that. They are not going to force that fight whatsoever. But they are going to be able to take some hot shots at an unsuspecting Direwolves who are being pushed by Team Dreamfire as well. This is not good for Tom Young Kung. They are surrounded right now.
Looks like they might have just enough space to work with, though, Rob. I can't say the same for Direwolves. They have managed to get the revive onto Waltzy. Luckily, Dreamfire were a bit too secure on their high ground to try and give that up, so they don't opt to confirm the kill. To the north of them, NLN, we haven't heard much of these guys from the last couple of games, but here's their chance to get above that 10 squad mark and then rein in the kills like they were doing earlier in the day, because that would give them the opportunity to also join the top 3 up on match point.
The team that just never seems to give up, NLN, they're still in this. They are still in with a chance. Now teams are going to have to start rotating here. NLN getting caught in between a couple here. Just need to be careful. There's actually 3 teams surrounding them. And that team that is at the forefront of this fight is, of course, Direwolves. And they're going to continue to the cheeky little bubbles. It does not look good at all. And Direwolves have been able to walk away with this, but now in comes the third bug.
Yeah, and the ring is closing so quickly. So teams ahead of them, like Rise, are just going to have the easiest time polishing off Direwolves and grabbing those KP for themselves. As you can see, I'm not sure they even managed it. Might have even gone down to the ring. Actually, no, Yas did get the kill. That was Dreamfire, who is sitting right on the edge now. A Kraber in their hands, as we saw before. Okay, the jump pad over the head. Rise do manage to make it into the circle, but for how long? Kentung, he will get eliminated, and Yus, grabbing a bunch of those kills, will actually go over to be the kill leader there with 5 to his name. Might even pick up another one now against Bastion, who's been found out, the surviving member of Noir.
And if it's not the Team Dreamfire, it will most certainly be EXO. It's player K who's now looking to fire down and ensure the discomfort of Team Dreamfire, but they're able to rotate back away. Now, who they're looking at right now, that is Tom Young Kung. This is a big story right now. Tom Young Kung are just on the edge of the circle with Team Dreamfire behind them. You have no doubt they'll push.
Yeah, so we've got 2 teams left on match point, of course. Tom Young Kung and Reject. Reject held a building in survey camp quite early, but it looks like they've been forced out by a Fame. And a Fame, of course, you can't deal with them inside one of these small, narrow buildings. The caustic gas is just way too hard to deal with. So that's unfortunate. Reject, it actually just made a rotation right now into the caravan. So I'm using up a lot of resources here to try and find a new spot. Not what they would have loved, but it's what they've got. Dreamfire here on the bottom are looking to take out Tom Young Kung.
That's it. Hold that thought just for 1 second, because Tom Young Kung, oh my goodness, they were all down with no armor, but they do get brought back up. Team Dreamfire, they're now on the receiving end of a lot of damage. A nice swarm will do a fair bit of damage. Not enough to find a knock or a kill. The beautiful thing about this is Tom Young Kung, they are on the very edge of the safe zone, so they just need to hold. It looks like Killapos might try to find something for free, but right now it is a stalemate. Dreamfire will be able to rotate down the hill. In the meantime, a Fame just doing what a Fame does best, and being a thorn in the side of nearly any team that decides to be in their presence. Oh! What?
It was a Valkyrie rotate by EXO that got them on the top of one of the cranes, actually, Rob. And as they went up there, even with the gold bag from player K, they're just taking so much damage that they can't get back into it. They're right on the edge of the zone. They've barely got anywhere to move. Oh my god, they've got about a millimeter between where EXO are and a thermite grenade that was thrown next to them. Oh no, there we go. Jarrow taken out. It's just Raki and player K left out. Looking at Reject where they were, okay, you can see how precarious this situation is as they get up. Yeah, I'm just expecting them to get thrown down again. There we go. Octanes, way too too good at dealing with high ground positions there. So Easy Flash's jump pad is going to see EXO knocked out in about 9th place.
Now, this is a really big discussion point. Only 8 teams left. This is the final zone. 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left. Reject, Tom Young Kung, they're still alive. Tom Young Kung, they have the high ground. You can see just to the left of your screen on Killerpods, actually, it's just impossible. There's a tiny little bit of a building that has its point poking out, and that is where Reject remain. Oh my God! Run! Run to
Okay, so that's Inferno out. Now we've got 6 squads left. 2 of those are our squads on match point. Tom Young Kung and Reject are trying to play it as safe as they can. They were both on the edge of the ring, and they will have to work their way inwards to try and clutch victory here. Tom Young Kung in a nice position with a lot of cover and a little bit of time to work with. Reject, less so. They're actually getting bombarded right now by a missile swarm. They're going to have to use the protective dome to keep themselves alive and in this. The thermite grenade goes out to try and deal with teams who are coming from the north and the south of them. MT does find, I believe that's Bear Claw Gaming there, and doing some hefty damage to them. But the damage they output doesn't really matter that much, Rob. They need to stay alive and keep themselves healthy. They need to worry about number 1 here.
Oh, number 1 being the zone, pushing their backs in. That's going to force them out into the open. They've got no protection whatsoever. Pricey, the last to remain. What can he get done? Looking to go for some kills, and he will be taken down to the zone. The big thing now, Tom Young Kung are still alive. They're still in it, but the rotator's being used, Gino. This has to be it for them.
They just used their skyward dive. They went up high and came down on the top of the caravan. Not a bad place to play from, but with 3 squads left, 2 of them are down. We're going to a game 7. A game inside the ring are left, and these 2 squads trying to play out through the caustic gas. Seems like it's a massive disadvantage from inside the ring. As the gas fades, we're going to see Owado try and make it happen, but no, inside the ring with 10 kills will be your game 6 winners. And guys, hold on to your seats. We're going to a game 7.
Yeah, I thought for sure with 6 teams remaining, Reject and Tom Young Kung might have what it takes, but Tom Young Kung, they unfortunately go up into the air and it does not net them, rather, the win that we saw in the previous. However, they did come 3rd. They are getting closer and closer to that all-important match point win. The problem now being, do we have more teams joining them? That's the big question. Who now from all of these teams will join them on match point? I think Athame 100% are with them inside the ring. How close are they? I mean, I'm not even going to say how close they are.
They're only on 29 points, so I don't think inside the ring will make it up. Possibly Rig or Die. Actually, no, I think Rig went out too early, didn't they? They were about 17th, and we saw them on Struggle Street there. So Direwolf might be a 5th team to get up as well. I can't quite remember how well they did. Actually, they went out in 13th place. So unless they manage to grab at least 4 kills in that game, we will be seeing 4 teams on match point, I would believe. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to hold off and we'll just wait for the scoreboard because...
No, theory crafting's fun.
It can be, but oh man, you know what else is fun? I love a nice long day of Apex, Rob. We're into game 7 here. We're in kind of like a super series, right? You get past game 6 and all of these teams have... It's becoming a bit of a test of endurance. You're getting into those end games where you've got 4, 5 plus teams on match point, and there's not really the option to just gang up on, you don't see tall poppy syndrome quite as much because everyone have grown their stems long enough now to try and clutch out that first place. I love Natsurasama's efforts here at the end. I thought they had it almost, honestly, but inside the ring, somehow played around that caustic gas well enough to win game 6.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it is massive. Because inside the ring have, coming into this, I actually would have expected them well and truly in the top 10, but they're just edging out in 11th place. Of course, it will change when we look at this new and updated leaderboard. But They're on 29 points. If you remember before, the average points that you get for winning a game, at least from the group stages, was 21. So we may, I mean, hold your seats here, but inside the ring may well project up into that top 5, or it will be the top 5 placing and also the match point placing. This is just insane because right now we are literally looking at the fact that Reignite, one of the teams that we 100% thought had this, within 6 games have not even been able to get 50 points. And it just, that's mind-blowing considering they started out with 10. They started with 10 points.
It's the same story though, Rob. They had 10 points going into the Winter Circuit finals and they had a really slow start. I think they ended up winning some games towards the end of that, but by then it was just too late. They hadn't got themselves onto match point early enough to make those performances count, and it feels like we're getting the same here again today. It's going to have to be at least 8 games if they want to take it out, and sure, that's what we got last time. There is a precedent for that, but it has been once again when the chips were down, Rob, that Rig have misplayed their hand somewhat. It's not like they're doing badly, because they never do badly.
No.
It's just that the stakes are so much higher today, that the pressure on these teams must be immense. We keep saying it, Rob, but it's life-changing. It's life-changing money. And if they come in first or second, all of a sudden, $100,000 difference. That's not chump change, mate.
No, when you look at the roster that they have, you know, it's just mind-boggling to see that they're not winning some of these engagements. Now, the all-important leaderboard, who joins them? It is, in fact, inside the ring with a 22-point game that takes them from 11th place to 5th and earns themselves match point alongside a Thane that have played phenomenally in the last 3 games.
Well, that's me and my math once again. Not nearly as good as any of these teams in the lobby who are coming up with the goods inside the ring. An incredible performance. They're going to be so happy about that.
Direwolves.
Gives them the chance. But Athame moving up to 2nd place. So not only having a performance worthy of putting them on match point, but also catapulting them potentially into some better prize money if they can't clutch it out. But, you know, look, they've done it once already, Rob. Why not once again? As you say, Direwolves.
1 point.
Oh.
1 point is all it took. That would be the difference, Genome. 1 point between them and match point. They now have to hope to God. This is 25% of the lobby and now on match point. That is absolutely insane. This is coming down to the absolute wire, and honestly, it could not be getting any closer. Ladies and gents, we hope you enjoy what is going to be the highlight reel from tonight, but we still have one more match, possibly more, to determine the champion. At least, let's hope. Enjoy.
I want to see them fight against Noir, honestly, because, Doom MVP. Almost nailing someone there.
Surely not.
Can we check, is Ken doing in an observer slot like we are right now, Rob? Because he just seems to be watching.
There we go. K7, both teams low. It's Chris that clutches up in a moment of need. He will fall just outside of the zone. Third parties on strong. So Reject on the northern side of the zone are actually going to be able to find the pickings with the rock. They've got plenty of support to do so, but they're losing HP and they're losing it fast. Wolfpack Arctic, in fact, only have Waltzy up. So Reject, if they can hold on, it's MT on a lick of HP, but he won't be able to make it work. Wolfpack.
His missile swarm, and unfortunately didn't open up as an opportunity. Wow, some nice longbow shots there. There's some tough. Well, now, unfortunately, Jen Burton completely misses Snookies on the stairs. The crossfire catches him, and Snooki is able to put him on the ground. Luckily, Templex and
Not for them, Genome.
Not at all. Chongyang Kung also used their Valkyrie to get up nice and high, and they've been able to come off the back.
Kung may well let 2 teams fight as they rotate from the northern side. SQL goes down. Can NLN do this? Chongyang Kung, they drop directly on them. Where are the remaining members for NLN? It's not doable. Chongyang Kung play it perfectly, and they will take games.
Taking one knock, a second one. They're going to finish them off, but Wolfpack Shadow goes straight in using the jump pad there.
Him on, it really makes things quite awkward. And with the zone enclosing around Arctic, they have to go underneath. The question is, what do Dire Wolves do here? Do they ensure the fight? It looks like they're getting the fight taken to them. Wolfpack Arctic, they find the room to breathe. They make the fight. Can they come out on top here? This would be massive for them. They fall down. Tom Young Kung to supply the victory in the end.
I stay in Ghost Town to give themselves great access to the zone, but they also got both a Prowler and a triple take, so they're stocking up to look pretty damn good alongside a Thame, who have been locking up parts of this final zone.
God.
With caustic gas, and as well as, yeah, you can see our favorite sniper, Nutsuru Sama. This time he doesn't find the Sentinel, so he's just going to use the bow to absolutely ream Templex and rig. And it's just to taking too much damage. I think the other teams have very much realized and have been able to work together successfully here. This is one of the weird situations you get in a match point format where it's not really every man for themselves, it's everyone against Tom Youngkung.
You know what? I think a Thame are just about to close this one out. There's only one player left on reject, and just like that, a Thame take first, ensure the discomfort of Team Dreamfire, but they're able to rotate back away. Now, who they're looking at right now, that is Tom Young Kung. This is a big
a rotation right now into the caravan, so I'm using up a lot of resources here to try and find a new spot. Not what they would have loved, but it's made it
for them.
They just used their skyward dive. They went up high and came down on the top of the caravan. Not a bad place to play from, but with 3 squads left, 2 of them are down. We're going to a game 7. A game inside the ring are left, and these 2 squads trying to play out through the caustic gas. Seems like it's a massive disadvantage from inside the ring. As the gas fades, we're going to see Owado try and make it happen, but no, inside the ring with
Would you love me
So looking a little bit worse.
Right now, Pricey and Sharky try. Okay, Wolfpack.
Or the end game. Seen Elam on the screen. Seen Elam.
We now have 5 teams on match point, and it's time to get underway with what could be our final game. Game 7. Let's get into the World's Edge and see whether it's going to be the end of the world as we know it. This is everything. 25% of the lobby right now on match point Genome, and it doesn't get much better than this.
Absolutely. We're having a look at the first zone pull, and man, there's a lot of double up today, isn't there, Rob? Once again, we have a very northeastern zone. This time, though, I don't think it'll be where we saw last time in Survey Camp. I agree with whoever's at. Wolfpack Arctic pinging somewhere around Refinery. I think it is going to be, a more northerly pull this time. And Inferno are actually going to catch a break for once, I believe.
What I find very interesting is the change from inside the ring. I don't believe that they're running the caustic anymore. I mean, that was from last game onwards. So now we are going to see whether that little change up has netted them into the position, of course, of match point, and whether they can close it out from here, reminding you that all we need is a handful of these top 5 teams to be in the, well, top 5 teams. And it is game on. It is absolutely game on. Game 6 saw both Wolfpack Arctic and Tom Young Kung in the final zone, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. So we're just going to keep going back and forth, I feel.
There's no end to the Apex legends that we are able to have here today, Rob. We go until one of these teams closes it out on over 50 points. As you mentioned earlier, that will be 5 teams at the moment. Tom Young Kung, Athame, Reject, Wolfpack Arctic, and inside the ring. Direwolves tragically falling 1 point short, and Rig and EXO in the 40s just taking their time getting up there.
Yeah, big issue is, do they have enough time? Do they have enough time? Are they allowed to play an additional game? Does this go to game 8, or does it finish here? Is the end of the road for the ALGS Championship? APAC South region end here, because it could well do so. Right now, we will be firmly looking toward the likes of Wolfpack Arctic that have really just been absolutely menacing this entire tournament long.
Zaratasi clearing the corners. You can see players actually sit above the doorway there and find a nice little spot to shake you down, to try and pull into that building. So it's about those little things, Rob. It's about the 1%ers that you need to set yourselves apart from these other amazing teams who are vying with you. The incredible amounts of money and prestige on the line here in the ALGS Championships for APAC South. NLN, a team who had a fantastic start to the day, have only managed to find 1 point in the last 3 games. An incredible couple of games to start the day, and then they've really crashed and burned. So still a chance for them if we see a game 8 and a good game here in game 7. But yeah, it's the 5 teams that we talked about. 25% of the lobby is a good way to put it. So many teams have the chance to close it out here and now.
Just letting it continue is only going to do you more disservice maybe is probably the better way of saying it, because the likes of Direwolves, you know, they are really well and truly still in this fight with Reignite. We've already mentioned that. And I mean, at this point, both of those teams, there is absolutely no way that they don't get match point after this game, provided they don't die in 20th place, which is just really, really scary. And the longer they can hold out in this game, the more dangerous it becomes in that final zone. So much on the line here. hundreds of thousands of dollars, pride, the story to your grandkids when you get old. It's all here.
I mean, yeah, this is absolutely the first thing I'm telling them. If I'm an APAC South ALGS Championship, that's number one. I'm telling that one every week. It's one of the stories your grandkids are like, come on, man, we've heard this one like 10 times already.
And Tempex went down in Game 6, and Jen Burton kept running and kept running.
PCs don't even exist anymore.
It's all just a little microchip in your head, and you just see it as a virtual reality.
Yeah, we're just plugged into the Matrix by then.
You see? We're onto something here. We're onto something. Just like a lot of these teams are, Rise have really not had the performance that we thought they would have, honestly, coming into this. They're now sitting in 10th place on 37 points. Again, they could still bring this back and head to match point after this game, but from what we saw in day one, we thought that they were really going to be one of those teams that were on match point nice and early, so just not to be this time around.
CK7 down near the geyser at the moment. These guys are sitting down to the south of the ring here with a couple of other teams like Direwolves, so why don't we have a listen and see what Direwolves are thinking right now?
I think we want to just beam the Gibby, right?
Yeah.
Zone's coming.
There you go.
Hey, Josh shut down the bot.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're gonna hit the blind soon.
I'm the Gibby, right?
Yep, for sure.
Okay.
Try not to go too
Wait,
overexposed.
I'm getting
He's
aimed
coming, he's coming! He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! To the fucking thing! 68 on him!
We're in the zone here, they're not in.
Yeah. They will stress about it. They're going left side, I think. I don't know, I'm not seeing them.
I'm holding alright. Care, because we can get pulled up from behind.
Yes.
Keep fucking checking. One on the right, one on the right. They're ramping right.
They're
Beam
going
one,
right.
74.
Crack one. Crack the Gibby.
Alright, fuck it, let's just go.
Fuck.
They're just
Okay.
Yeah.
we can't do that.
Let's go.
They're still
We're gonna wrap the beast.
Yeah.
Very interesting hearing, you know, from a professional team standpoint, what they're thinking about. You know, it obviously wasn't the most engaging kind of moment for teams to be fighting, but just hearing what they're thinking, you know, always looking behind, looking to their right, what teams they can and can't be fighting. And now it's at that point where, you know, they were pretty much in the perfect position they needed to be. Comms are always fun to listen to, I will say that.
Yeah, well, they managed to keep Noir out, Rob, but then K7 on the right side of Direwolves, as we can see, being their oppressor from the higher ground. K7 just using Ghost Town as their base, like literally every game. It's a really interesting strategy from them, I guess. I mean, we haven't had a single Southern ring yet, have we? It's literally been what, like Skyhook, Love Fissure, Skyhook, Epicenter, Survey Camp, and now maybe Refinery. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess how else do you play that besides come up from Dome and try and be an edge team from here? It's been rough for some of these Southern teams, and maybe that's why Rig aren't at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. It's been a little bit of a struggle for those guys. Now we're having a look at Dreamfire. They're right on top of a Fame at the moment. They probably need to clean up this fight pretty quickly, Rob, because you've got other teams coming in. NLN and Invade. Lala Banger might actually be trying to kidnap someone there? No. Just going to give themselves, give them another option here, as if they've got any grenades, that camper van is about to get lit up.
Dangerous times here. 3 teams in the one location, and the camper van doesn't really offer the best protection for you. They've got enough just for now, Team Dreamfire, but of course, like you said, grenades would just completely destroy their day. There's nowhere for them to run. the second grenades are thrown, they'll have to make a decision, and staying will most likely either kill you or get you killed, and running will either kill you or get you killed. So at the end of the day, they will just have to wait for this ulti to come back up onto their Wraith to try and get them out of this position.
Yeah, well, the Wraith got them into that position, which does mean that they are stuck there for a little while longer if the Dimensional Rift is their option of rotation, unfortunately. Reignite have been pulling up a little bit of damage, and they're actually playing Ring Around the Rosie right now with Rise on the other side of the bowl. Both teams. Ooh, getting hit by the Crypto EMP there. I think that was coming out from Jobjabib from Bear Claw Gaming. I'll put a pause to the shenanigans.
For how long? That's the real question. How long can you hold the shenanigans? Because as though many of these games have been filled with it, but there are a lot of teams. The Ward Refinery, Rise being one that is more than happy to try and force this engagement. It looks like they may come out. The worst, in fact, Kentung now has to try to run and save himself, as the remaining members of Rise are slowly but surely going to be falling. And Reignite may well find the extra points.
Kentung now in a 1v2. No, sorry, yeah, they have been taking all of them out. So it was a 1v2. Rig used that time to finish off some of the rest of the Rise members and then struck a couple of bats down to confirm what was not too hard of a fight in the end there for them. So Rig living to fight another day. 3 kill points for them, pushed them much closer. They only need 3 more now to get onto that match point eligible status, which they really need going into Game 8.
The problem is there's nowhere near placement points popping up yet. There's still quite a few teams left in this lobby before we even get to that kind of realm. I guess the promising thing for Rig is they're kind of left alone on that eastern side of the zone. There's a lot of teams that are going to have to fight their way in, one of which is Tom Young Kung, and they're currently caught out in the valley. It looks like Direwolves might actually be at the very back of these engagements that are going on. Tom Young Kung trying to get out of there. James has been taken down. That's absolutely massive. This could be the end for Tom Young Kung in Game 7. Out in 19? Surely not.
Well, it's NLN who are hoping to use Tom Young Kung as a step ladder towards match point eligibility. They're going to push up onto them. 2 of them down now. Killer Pos will go down as well. That's it. Tom Young Kung are out.
Jeez. Storylines on storylines here. NLN is not done, not just yet. The team we were just talking about as well, Direwolves, who were kind of at the back of everything as that fight took place with NLN and Tom Young Kung, we're just looking at forcing one more fight with K7, but in fact, they're now rotating across directly to where Tom Young Kung were, in between the valley. And they're going to need to be careful that they don't receive the same fate, maybe even at the hands of NLN. I highly doubt it. And it looks like they're well and truly equipped for this.
Okay, we've got a visual on the circle here. Reject, as ever, have found themselves a fantastic end game spot. Other teams with well positioned there. Wolfpack Arctic to the north will be okay. They'll have to make a move eventually. And they'll be going up against the likes of Rig and Bear Claw Gaming. Hold supremacy in the north side of the ring. EXO, as usual, making lots of space around themselves. They're hoping for a big game here, like Rig.
Now, there's a fair bit of fighting kind of taking place around the map right now, but Direwolves on the southern side off your screens right now. They've only got 2 players left. In fact, only 1 left in Waltzy, and there's not really too much room for him to breathe. Surely not. I don't know whether they have enough points to make it.
They haven't got a kill point, Rob. They're going to go out at 17th, potentially. Waltzy has to rat this out. They need 1 point. to get into match point eligible status. He needs to survive. He needs to wrap this out for at least another 2 or 3 squads.
This is just the storyline that you don't like to see. I'm going to have a look right now and see if I can find the point distribution. He has to last until 15.
Yeah, 15.
Okay. And then after that, doesn't really matter for them. And provided all the rest of the teams are fighting around them, they may be given that opportunity to do so. Nexo, who have really been quite phenomenal on the back end of the group stages now, they are well and truly hungry to find the points that they need. They need 9 out of this engagement, out of this map. 9 points. And right now, they have no kills to their name. And of course, the placement points are still yet to come. This fight over at Refinery is just going to be so stale until that zone starts to push players in.
Wolfpack Shadow grabbing it down onto some Noir members there. They're out now. 16 squads left. What's his chances of grabbing that point increase, especially as Dreamfire only has a single member left alive? Reject. They've managed to grab one of those kills. Now we've also got a couple of teams fighting for important positions. Fame have actually used their Valkyrie rotation to get on top of the silos. Nice spot for them. Vader on the back end.
Okay. Here's the big point right now. Dire Wolves, they have the point they need. They are now match point eligible, provided no one wins this game.
I saw someone, and I don't think there's
Yeah, well, just in time, because Waltzy has been found out. He's been scanned, and he's not going to last much longer unless Exo and Wolfpack Shadow are too busy fighting each other to worry about him. He actually comes in from behind. He grabs it down onto Silver Sky. He'll go out. He's done his job. His teammates pat him on the back. Unfortunately, he died too quickly, so he won't get the kill. But they did get the single placement point. Wolfpack Shadow, dire straits from them. And now, Rob, as we start to move into the 5th circle, we've got to start thinking about which teams are on match point and who's in the position to take this out. Reminder, Tom Young Kung, Athame, Reject, Wolfpack Arctic, and Inside the Ring. The only team of those that has been eliminated, I believe, is Tom Young Kung. Correct. All of the rest is still in this lobby. That's 4 out of 14.
You are correct. And not only that, but 3 of the 4 teams, or sorry, 3 of the 5, it is 3 of the 4 teams that remain are actually so close to being inside the next zone. And in fact, they are. Wolfpack Arctic, they're coming head-to-head with Reject, who just get away on that portal. But now they can play as the gatekeeper and ensure that that zone, when it comes in, is well and truly protected.
All starting to come through now as the space under the silos becomes very, very hot property. The aim still on top of them. They may get contested by Exo at some point, who, as we can see, are alone on this western side. And they have probably just enough height to start doing some damage as Athame peeks out.
Waiting right now. NLN are staying alive as long as they possibly can. Zone starting to close in. What kind of damage can they get done on the backside? They're going to have to push in here. Exo now, they are absolutely unleashing hell on that high ground. NLN trying to find some kills as well. They may well be doing this. They're pushing in the bubble fights now. It is only Knight left. He has to clutch this up. Oh no, actually Loki is on the tiniest bit of HP. Is he going to survive through the zone? How is he alive? He gets unbelievable damage. That may well give his team an opportunity to fight this one out. Exo, they get up on top of the high ground, but now they're being contested. The Gibraltar will support them.
The EMP comes through and actually removes the bubble there. We see Athame, as we said, they've been on these silos for a while, but EXO, they want the high ground, so they pop down, they put their dome down, and is that enough to keep them safe? They're all hiding on one side of it right now, hoping that they won't get shoved off by Athame. Out of the teams we have left alive, Wolfpack Arctic inside the ring and Athame are on match point. EXO or K7 would now have to win for the game to continue. Your hopes are on seeing some more Apex tonight. Your hopes are probably on EXO at this point, because K7, despite having 8 kills and had a solid game, are down to 2 members. Athame also down to 2. They have been removed from the top of the silos now by EXO.
Oh boy. Hold on to your seats, because this is coming into the final zone. This is where it all counts, Genome. This is where over a year of hard work could lay to rest for a handful of these teams. 3 of them remain, as you mentioned. It could not get more important than this. In comes the bombardment, but it's not going to hit the players of EXO. They are well protected by the bubble, but it does mean that when push comes to shove, they will not have it.
Athame creeping around the side. They do have the gas. Potentially, that's a way for them to win this as a duo. Inside the ring and Wolfpack Arctic both have 3 shotguns to their name. That could be an important factor in the final bubble fight when you consider that EXO is only running with 2. Player K will have to use that flatline once we get down to that portion of the action. K7 Esports also a duo. So it really feels like inside the ring, EXO and Wolfpack Arctic are the ones we're watching here. Final ring closing in, a minute left of time, and all of a sudden, it's getting a little bit hairy.
Certainly is. Nut may well have to try to save Jack Dude here. Up he goes. What are they going to do? It looks like he's going to get into the bubble fight down underneath. He'll stay alive for a minute longer, but he's being pushed by Wolfpack Arctic. This could be it for Wolfpack. They are leading it right now. 1 player left for EXO, 1 player left for Athame, and it's inside the ring and Wolfpack Arctic with EXO left. You go for it.
Inside the ring versus Wolfpack Arctic. We are going to have a champion of APAC South right here. They go into the final bubble fight. Arctic lose 2 inside the ring. It seems almost certain now. Zaratas is by himself. He is going to let the circle close around him unless he can win the Wraith heal off here. And Emil is actually low. Wolfpack Arctic, Zaratas with his use of Into the Void there is actually going to win the APAC South Championships and take home $177,000 US. Wolfpack Arctic, they couldn't do it in the Winter Circuit playoffs, but they have made good on their promise to be the best team in APAC South.
Unbelievable. 5-head, 300 IQ, wrinkly brain, whatever you want to say, that is unbelievable. In a 1 versus 3, the zone at its final conclusion, and he does that. What a way to net yourself not only the crown of APAC South, but life-changing money. Insane amounts of coin. This is unbelievable, Genome. I cannot believe that he's done that for his team.
And, you know, it's only been a couple of months, Rob, since they changed the final rings so that you saw less of these kind of situations, right? The slow ring allows teams to use their advantages and use their extra players to make that final difference. But inside the ring just don't read it correctly. They don't realize that Zaratas is below them. And he's perfectly healthy. Maybe if they had him sent all 3, I'm not sure if they really had a pass to get to him and do quite enough damage. And then, of course, Emil, he'd taken part in that fight. He didn't have the, 7 seconds or whatever it is to pop the med kit to get back to full health. Maybe he didn't even have Into the Void available. And as a result, he can't really take part in that. They hadn't been setting up for it. They hadn't, put down a rift, which you can sit in for quite some seconds if you run it all around. All of these things that used to be a big part of the final circles when we saw a lot of heal-offs at the end, not really a factor here. And you see Zaratas just able to know exactly what he's doing, time it well. Can see there in the void, he sees his opponent falling, and what a feeling of elation he must have had to realize he was the one left standing when 3 members of Inside the Ring were just moments before.
Like, talk about a heart pumping, adrenaline rushing moment. You know, we're talking about the difference of almost 100,000 USD. Let me just very quickly bring this up and have a look at what the actual difference is. It is 90,000 USD difference between one ability. What a clutch! Just what a moment to finish on here in APAC South. It's just the storyline that you could not write.
And I think of the interview that we did with the Wolfpack Arctic guys. You might have seen it earlier in our break. Go back and have a look after this. We'll chuck it up on the Longshot YouTube channel, guys. And you can see how much this is going to mean to them. They were all talking about how, they were going to use some of this money to give back to their families. It was a wonderfully wholesome way for these guys to use this incredible gift that they've been given here from EA and Respawn through the ALGS.
Yeah, I mean, just the way in which this has happened, the fact that we got to do that interview with them earlier today, it is absolutely beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your champions. It's Wolfpack Arctic, and boy, do they deserve it.
78 points, not a bad total whatsoever. Zaratas, the fragger from the front, Twizzy and Kissan's always backing him up, as you can see. It wasn't just the fragging ability, right? It was that 5-head play, as you say, the quick thinking on his feet that actually allows them to clutch it out from what seemed like an unwinnable position.
It may well be one of the bigger clutches I've seen, the intense kind of moment that it would have been underneath. I'm sure the comms were absolutely insane because that of course, that's premeditated. There's no way that just happens like, oh, the rest of my team is dead, I better do this. No, you could see the team went to take those early fights, chunk down the HP of the players so that when they tried to go for him, there was no chance. The zone was taking so much damage there, and, you just have to take your hats off to Wolfpack Arctic. And of course, there is always that big clutch player, and we always like to put them up on the shoulders and celebrate them. But this is undoubtedly a team performance from Wolfpack Arctic, the team that in playoffs held the most kill points, the team that in group stages of the ALGS Championship for APAC South held the most kill points, and now they hold the title of the champions of APAC South. It's just fitting. It is fitting for a fairy tale.
Incredible. It just seems like it's been coming for a long time. These guys have slowly just been getting better and better, rising past the likes of Tom Young Kung when they had their ascendancy in the scene, and now Reignite, who for the second time have sort of been the champions of the preliminary stage, of the penultimate stage, but unable to perform on the final stage. I want to give a big shout out to Athame and Inside the Ring as well. Those guys, we didn't talk about them too much at the start of the day, but showing their detractors wrong, had a fantastic day. And, being that one caustic in the lobby sure seemed to pay a lot of dividends for those guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I guess you do take a risk. Obviously, it's not as much of a risk because they are, incredible players. And Natsu Osama, you definitely, he's one of the players that we talked about. He was one of the very first players that you kind of talked to me about, Gino, when I was first coming on board with this project. So, there is, and I would say he's a fan favorite as well. He's absolutely nutty with anything that you give him. But it definitely does leave it a little bit open when you change your composition. When it's, I wouldn't say it's meta necessarily or even off meta, but it's definitely been a completely different composition. We only saw one team attempt to use the caustic, which maybe even would have been Wolfpack Arctic. I can't even remember now. But the fact of the matter is,
it was Inside the Ring, I think.
Oh, it was too.
It was SQL.
Yes.
And then they didn't bring it out in the last couple of games. They actually they switched back to, I'm struggling to remember now, but whichever composition they switched back to, they switched away from the core stick.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, regardless of that, they still won their end of end sort of fights there.
Yeah.
It really felt like it was up to EXO in that last fight
Yeah.
to sort of continue things, to keep things going.
Yeah.
But they couldn't quite make it. Anyway, don't go anywhere just yet, guys. We're going to give you, a couple of stats and have a look back at the day that was the ALGS Championships final, the biggest in the history of APAC South for apac-s and indeed for any esport that at least OCE has had a chance to fight for. Incredible prize pools here by the great esports team over at Respawn that have been supporting Apex Legends in such a fantastic fashion, and we can't wait to see what the next year brings.
Well, that's the thing. Like, this is just 1 year, right? We have so much more to come in the future, and I think this sets a great precedence for the ALGS, especially for APAC South. Obviously, we've seen, you have been watching these guys for well over a year now. I kind of have only just come on in the past couple of months to pry my eyes onto what is an incredible region that has certainly been entertaining, to say the very least. And, well, you know what? Entertainment being so, let's have a look at the leaderboard and entertain ourselves, Genome, because this is just absolutely insane from Wolfpack Arctic, not only to be the champions but to also be #1 spot with the total points as well. They are really well and truly your champions.
Yeah, it feels so legit when you put it like that. Total points, taking out the final victory. Wolfpack Arctic, an incredible finish to the day from them. Tom Young Kung had a great start to the day. They fell off a little bit, but they still walk away with $88,000. Athame coming in big at third. Really impressed by those guys. They're going to pick up $52,000, and Inside the Ring, who almost walked away with the grand prize, sitting in fourth. As we move down from there, we see Reject, EXO, Direwolves, all those teams that eventually made it to match point. It was a good effort by those guys, and I'm a bit sad, honestly, for the next couple of teams, because you know what, Rob, they're all teams to land in the southern half of the map, and they really didn't get a lot of love today. I mean, in the group stages, I guess they did, and maybe that's just sort of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. There's the breakdown for all of those teams. The Apex Predator will be very interested to see who came out on top there. Any guesses before we get to that at some point, Rob? They'll be walking away with $2,500 almost. The player that got the most kills, and this is only in the finals lobby, we should remind you.
100%, it's got to be Zaratash, surely. I couldn't imagine it being anyone else. It would just be a fitting story, if not anything. I think maybe... Who was close? Who was holding that #2 spot? I believe, was it someone... from Reject, maybe? No, Pricey was up there with damage, but not with kills. So I'm putting my money on Zaratash, because he was absolutely insane. The amount of damage he was outputting was just ridiculously nutty. So I think that that very well could go to the rating, or to the victors as well. So, I mean, any way you look at this, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You know what? We're going to find out right now, Genome. Let's have a look at who will be... Well, hang on. Are we going to look at it? Okay,
Apex Predator is, it's I am fairly sure it's just the kills from today. I'm not sure if there's a tiebreak, what happens actually. So as we're looking at it now, the True Sama had 16 and Wolfpack's Easy Flash. So that's not Arctic, remember, that's Wolfpack Shadow. Both sitting at 16. So look, we might just have to wait for clarification from the admins on that one. Interesting. I probably would have predicted Zaratash as well, actually.
Yeah.
But if we're looking in terms of damage, it's the same three guys. 8,000, all over 7,000, all dishing out over 1,000 damage on average per game. all the big boys too.
all the chonky boys. I'm so that just. But Natsu Osama, I mean, regardless of whether he is the Apex Predator or whatever, whatever title we're going to give to him, he definitely had an incredible day today. Every time we seemed to flick to a theme, he was always the player that was taking the forefront of all the damage and of all the kills. So very much, if that is the case, it will be well deserved. And this, of course, is our final match timeline with, as you see, the very end. It's just Wolfpack Arctic
Champions.
Through and
Number
through.
1. Oh man, just almost makes me teary looking at that, Rob. They've had such a fantastic run of late, and it really feels like they deserve to have that gold on their names there. A couple of people falling by the wayside there. Rise, Tom Young Kung. You see Rig going out all before 10th place.
Yeah.
And then it was all that inside the ring versus Wolfpack Arctic at the end there. We knew someone was going to take it out, and that was pretty incredible. So that's the final match, and yeah, look, there we go. That's pretty much APAC South, fat ALGS.
Jeez. What a way to finish on. What a note to finish on. Genome, I would love to do the pleasures, but I think it would only be fitting for yourself to close out what has been a phenomenal show, because this has been, from the bottom of my heart, one of the greatest things that I've been a part of, being able to join on to this team and watch the APAC South ALGS. It has certainly been a treat for me. So please do the pleasures.
Yeah, look, it's it's been a pleasure having you and Elfish here to cast alongside Rob. I think the audience has really appreciated everything you've brought here. But there's a big team that works on this broadcast, and we wouldn't be doing it without them. Without Swifty working, is like an octopus with about 16 arms at once. The amount of PCs he operates to make this happen, as well as, of course, Roots and Zenyita behind the scenes as well. We've got Sky helping us out today. So thank you to all of those guys. And, of course, the biggest thank you to EA and Respawn for letting Longshot Media get these games out to you guys and bring the APAC South region to tell the storylines. It's honestly been an honor. This has been a record-breaking tournament in several ways, Rob. So it's been fantastic that everyone got to see it in such great quality. And yeah, look, there we go. Wolfpack Arctic finally crowned champions of the region, and I'm sure the Indonesian contingent, just one of our fantastic audiences here in APAC South, are going to be super duper happy about them. They really deserve it. They've played so well over the last couple of months. Incredible. And yeah, that's all we've got.
That's it. Well, you know what? We'll close the show now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been our pleasure to bring all of this action to you. Make sure you stay in touch with, of course, the GG Longshot socials to see what is coming up in APAC South. But until next time, take care.
Rob, looking a bit limp, and I want to see him fight against Noir, honestly, because, Doom MVP. Almost nailed someone.
Surely not.
Can we check, is Ken doing in an observer slot like we are right now, Rob? Because he just seems to be watching.
There we go. K7, both teams low. And it's Chris that clutches up in a moment of need. He will fall just outside of the zone. Third parties on Frontal Reject on the northern side of the zone are actually going to be able to find the pickings with the rock. They've got plenty of support to do so, but they're losing HP and they're losing it fast. Wolfpack Arctic, in fact, only have Waltzy up. So Reject, if they can hold on, it's MT on a lick of HP, but he won't be able to make it work. Wolfpack.
His missile swarm, and unfortunately didn't open up as an opportunity. Wow, some nice longbow shots there. There's some tough. Well, now, unfortunately, Jen Burton completely misses Snooki's on the stairs. The crossfire catches him, and Snooki is able to put him on the ground. Luckily, Templex and
not for them, Gino.
Not at all. Tom Young-Kook also used their Valkyrie to get up nice and high, and they've been able to come off the back.
Young-Kook may well let two teams fight as they rotate from the northern side. SQL goes down. Can NLN do this? Tom Young-Kook, they drop directly on them. Where are the remaining members for NLN? It's not doable. Tom Young-Kook play it perfectly, and they will take game.
Taking one knock, a second one. They're going to finish them off, but Wolfpack Shadow goes straight in using the jump pad.
Him on, it really makes things quite awkward. And with the zone enclosing around Arctic, they have to go underneath. The question is, what do Dire Wolves do here? Do they ensure the fight? It looks like they're getting the fight taken to them. Wolfpack Arctic, they find the room to breathe. They make the fight. Can they come out on top here? This would be massive for them. They fall down. Tom Young-Kook to supply the victory in the end.
I stay in Ghost Town to give themselves great access to the zone, but they also got both a Prowler and a triple take, so they're stocking up to look pretty damn good alongside of AIM, who have been locking up parts of this final zone with caustic gas, and as well as, yeah, you can see our favorite sniper, Mitsuru Sama. This time he doesn't find the Sentinel, so he's just going to use the bow to absolutely re-templex and rig is to taking too much damage. I think the other teams have very much realized and have been able to work together successfully here. This is one of the weird situations you get in a match point format where it's not really every man for themselves, it's everyone against Tom Young-Kook.
You know what? I think Athame are just about to close this one out. There's only one player left on reject, and just like that, Athame take next to ensure the discomfort of Team Dreamfire, but they're able to rotate back away. Now, who they're looking at right now, that is Tom Young-Kook. This is a big...
a rotation right now into the caravan, so I'm using up a lot of resources here to try and find a new spot. Not what they would have loved, but it's made it
for them.
They just used their skyward dive. They went up high and came down on the top of the caravan. Not a bad place to play from, but with 3 squads left, 2 of them are down. We're going to a game 7. A game inside the ring are left, and these 2 squads trying to play out through the caustic gas. Seems like it's a massive disadvantage inside the ring. As the gas fades, we're going to see Owado try and make it happen, but no, inside the ring with 10 kills will be
absolutely unleashing hell on that high ground. NLN trying to find some kills as well. They may well be doing this. They're pushing in.
There we see Athame, as we said, they've been on these silos for a while, but EXO, they want the high ground, so they pop down, they put there the
what are they going to do? It looks like he's going to get in the bubble fight down underneath. He'll stay alive for a minute longer, but he's being pushed by Wolfpack Arctic. This could be...
Inside the ring versus Wolfpack Arctic, we are going to have a champion of APAC South right here. They go into the final bubble fight. Arctic lose 2 inside the ring. It seems almost certain now Zaratas is by himself. He is going to let the circle close around him unless he can win the Wraith heal off here. And Emil is actually low. Wolfpack Arctic, Zaratas with his use of Internal